Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Skarzig, and I'm joined on the desk by Sparkling Iced Tea, going to be giving us a helping hand today for this awesome Runeterra action. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing very, very well. Don't worry, Panda is also coming today. He is just not here for the first round. I'm going to be casting with you, Skarzig, for that round, but afterwards we will have Panda back.
Yeah, Panda is going to be joining us once he gets done with his secret mission that we sent him on. But for those of you who are just joining us, I do want to talk a little bit about the format for today's event. It is a double elimination bracket with our 8 invited players. All matches played will be best of 3. The players bring 3 different decks with no champion overlap and no duplicate region combinations, and then they get to ban one of their opponent's decks and play out that best of 3 with their remainers. And then afterwards, they still have to get the win with each of their individual decks, still going toe-to-toe, tangoing for the classic $200 Fight Night prize pool, with the top 2 players being re-invited back for the next one.
Yeah, and let's look at the players that we have today. We are starting out with Jinden versus Giga Gamer. And Giga Gamer has to prove that he is a Giga Gamer because Jinden has won the last 2 fight nights and is on an absolute roll right now. Giga Gamer himself, 17, so a younger player coming from Poland and looking to take on Jinden. The next matchup is going to be Pioro, who got seasonal top 16 the last time around and is an avid fight night viewer. We love to see it, and he is going up against Hush, who is a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player and has also made 2 top 16s, 2 top 32s. In the seasonal so far. Sukoi, I think the youngest player that we ever had on Fight Night with 16, and the runner-up in his debut last week is going up against LoR as a competitive player and writer for Mastering Runeterra. And then the feature match for the first round is going to be Genesis versus Luna. Genesis, competitive player from Germany, also was in the seasonal top in EU, and Luna is a tournament grinder who has basically been playing every community tournament out there in the last couple of months.
That's where so many strong players got their start, just playing in every single tournament they could get their hands on and just getting that experience. And especially when you kind of come over to Fight Night and then that caliber of competition is distilled right down to this 8-person bracket, you get even fiercer competition. The meta keeps shifting week to week as the players are figuring out what the strongest decks are, finding out what the counters to those decks are, and trying to sculpt their lineups appropriately. We're in a very interesting position where there are a few decks that aren't very popular right now, but have very good matchups versus a handful of the S-tier decks. Things like Mono Shurima, for example, do quite well versus some of the top decks, but not necessarily on the ladder where things can be a bit more aggressive. So I'm excited to see how many players want to take advantage of that tech.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see what today's Fight Night brings, because I think the meta is shifting ever so slightly every week. And today we also have players bringing new decks that we didn't necessarily see last week, where last week was quite dominated by Thralls and such. We see a couple new decks popping up today. In our first feature match, Luna versus Genesis. Luna here, 21 from Belgium. Both have brought the winning light, basically, with their new Aphelios Vi Zoe aggressive slanted deck. But mid-range tempo is a favorite deck for Luna, so it makes sense that you would bring a deck like that.
The classic, Flame Chompers tempo idea. So many decks, especially from the previous patch, the previous metagame, were riding high on the power of those combinations of just being able to pull a blocker out of the way and push through so much damage early, setting up for just a burn out over the top or any sort of wide board buff combo. And we're seeing that glorious return. It's, I think, the most consistently viable style of win condition that Runeterra has had in its history. And of course, Genesis from Germany, hitting it up with the PNZ Nox mid-range. Both of these players know what they like, and it's always a blessing when the deck that you like, the style of deck that you enjoy playing and have a lot of experience on, is also very strong in the metagame.
Yeah, I think for Genesis, I think you are also a big fan. Annie Ezreal, PNZ Noxus mid-range, is very much in the meta right now, and he did bring it to the tournament, so I'm excited to see what it can do today, but I have a feeling it is going to struggle a bit against Luna's lineup, because if we take a look at the deck that we already mentioned, the Aphelios by Zoe, this is a deck that performs quite well versus the Annie mid-range deck, and you can see why. You just have so many units you can just vomit on the board, and then you have like one big finisher that instantly buffs everything with the winning light, how the community calls it. It's hard to go up against that if you're PNZ Nox.
Yeah, your concentration of removal is too taxed. You end up just throwing out all of your cards just to keep the board under control. And we know that Targon, with their ability to continuously generate cards and draw cards, they can just... It's almost like when you play against like Lurk, where you exhaust all of your resources, removing their board, and then if they have any sort of reload, they just jump out ahead of you. We know that these Annie, Ezreal decks, like these Ravenbloom decks, they have to take these bigger turns to reload, so to speak. They have to spend a lot of mana on Whispered Words, Static Shock, or Tellstones into, Progress Day. And if you have to take a turn off like that, you're just setting yourself up for disaster.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, this deck is also not a deck that is completely out of value. You have the Aphelios, you have the Celestial Trifecta should things go wrong, and this can also help. Even if you somehow find yourself in a disadvantageous position on the board against something like Annie Ezreal, you always have the big invokes to, get a huge spell shield unit and try to finish the game.
And with that, we are going to get into the bans. Riven Fizz also being brought and banned. Now, Riven Fizz is an interesting concept because it has this very strong combo potential. It's kind of like the Moonfish, the Aphelios Fizz combo deck of old, but when you include the Riven and the Noxus package, it allows you to start tempoing your opponent, right at turn 3. You don't have to just play a bunch of swarmy stuff, chump block, buy a bunch of time until eventually you assemble the Fizz Paper Craft Dragon combo. It gives you a lot more ideas of what you want to focus on, and we've been seeing it really, really spank people on the ladder, essentially. And so I can understand the ban here. Also getting rid of the mirror match. And Luna recognizes, right? The Annie Ezreal is going to get preyed upon. And even Sivir Akshan can do well into it. If you've got a key rally, if you draw like double Sivir, forcing a removal-based deck like that to deal with the spell shield and remove a unit is, again, going to be very difficult for this list to keep up. So we've got the winning light being queued up here, loading in the game, versus Timelines, if I saw that correctly. Caitlin Trundle.
Yeah, it is the Timelines. A few bugs there, the challenge, but I think as Runeterra players, we are used to that for now. And the bans completely made sense. Riven Fizz is just a very, very scary matchup here for Genesis, but now has to go up against, a lineup that against Timelines is really 50-50. So I think this matchup is good for both players. And if we go into a matchup of Aphelios against Timelines, I think it's also rather 50-50. So if Genesis can get this W early on, it would be great.
Yeah, especially in the tournament setting, when you're able to ban a deck, you're trying to manipulate the matchups to be as much in your favor as possible. These very close matchups in games are a little bit more rare. And once we get into games like this and you just want to play it out, you want to focus and play clean, this is, I think, a great way to start off the broadcast, Ice-T. We got Omen Hawk to start. We don't have Timelines yet, but generally speaking, as long as you get the Timelines before turn 6 to, transform your Revna, start getting your Ice Pillars transformed, then you're pretty much good to go.
Yeah, exactly. Once the Ice Pillars comes down, we do want the timelines, but before that, it's fine going without it, right? We have a couple of solid units that just get us there, and especially against a slower deck, like usually Targon is, it would be fine. But I think Luna is going to try to turn up the tempo a bit. We unfortunately do not really have that much discard fodder in hand right now. We could generate another Bloom that we could throw away for some draw, but we are really missing those chompers to get on the board early and then to go for a massive Winding Light turn. So it's looking quite okay for Genesis right now, but the Aphelios might be what brings Luna a white board here, because we already see that the Crescendum is being covered, and that can definitely start going for a board advantage, right?
Yeah, and because it's a random 2-drop, you can get some very, very helpful units that can give you an edge, give you some value, just, again, help you go wide. These timeline decks don't run Blighted Ravine and Avalanche and stuff like that. A lot of other Freljord decks do, so you're comfortable with just swarming and getting damage around the sides. Genesis is going to be forced, you know, as we head into the mid game, to just spend all the mana playing a Trundle and then a Revna, and then you don't have a lot of responsiveness. And even though Luna's Targon deck doesn't have access to those classic answers like Falling Comet to get around these big mid game threats, if the next couple draws contain one of the main deck Flame Chompers or a Boom Baboon, you're just going to start pulling these units to the side and pushing through oodles of damage and setting up for the Mystic Shot burn in hand.
This hand is looking super expensive, just like you just said.
Oh, Tiari, beautiful pickup. Getting that buff on the HP means that you can attack and go even wider and more aggressive, more audacious with your swings.
Yeah, picking up the Calibrum as well, being able to just kill off the 3-2 here, which means you are even wider than Genesis could ever be. Oh my god, this is looking really bad for Genesis right now. Luna just basically needs to find the Winding Light and has a fantastic position here. I wonder how Genesis could get back into the game here.
When you know your opponent doesn't have AoE, you can just sit on this wide board, take a bunch of damage as well in exchange for preserving that board and setting up for the Winding Light. What I want to see is how long Luna's going to hold on to this Dusk Petal Dust, right? Do I want to save this for the Winding Light, or do I want to discard it to draw a card with the Sonic Urchin? But there's a Boom Baboon, the Prophecy, Sparkling Iced Tea, getting this Flame Choppers down, doing Calibrum to be up one attacker. A lot of damage is going to be pushed here. And Genesis only has this Caitlyn to hold the fort. We can trade into something. Hopefully the Flash Mob Traps. Oh my god, not like this. The triple Revna draw. It's way too slow. Trundle, you're our only hope.
Oh yeah, just as Luna gets the perfect draw here, Genesis continues to break, and it's looking really rough right now for Genesis. The good thing is, Luna is attacking on odds, which means that at least there's no 6 mana Winding Light coming down here with the Dust Petal. And we don't really have like the giant tempo play on turn 6.
Oh my lord. Phases into Gravitum. That's another blocker out of the equation. With the Flame Chompers and the Sonic Urchin, there's mana for everything. Genesis only has units in hand. There's no response to this. It's going to be, with Caitlyn and Trundle essentially getting pulled to the side, we've got, oh no, 10, 12 damage coming through here.
Yeah, and I regret talking about the Winning Light so much, because dead is obviously has to be top decked, but at this point we might not even need it. We might just get there with like our small tiny board, just going really wide and then finishing with burn. We have 2 Mystic Shots, there's 4 points of burn. If we top deck another Get Excited, that's game.
I would actually like, so here's the thing, I would actually like to see the Gravitum stun the Trundle. And then what you can do is use Tiari to put extra HP on the Chompers and then preserve that. But I guess the idea here is to stun the Caitlyn to just have no flash bombs be part of this outcome whatsoever. And just let the Chompers go down. Allows you to redevelop. You have that final board slot for the Winding Light. So I appreciate this line as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this deck does not run Avalanche or Ravine, so there are no real board clears. And that means Caitlyn Flash Bombs were like our only hope to get rid of these 1 health units that can become very threatening once the Winding Light comes down. And I don't see Genesis dealing with this.
This is a risky attack. Like, if you go in with the Trundle, and if Luna blocks with the 3-1 and has Get Excited to clear the Trundle, you don't have, Troll Chant or anything like that to back yourself up. In this list, you've only got 3 Sisters, actually, and 2 copies of Troll Chant. But then you're turning off the Ice Quake, and I think that that's what Genesis is trying to do here. Go for the open attack, just to push some damage, get more Flash Bombs, let Luna develop into this Trundle's Ice Quake. And when things were looking that their bleakest, Genesis has, I love this. I love this so much. Having the 1 drop to buy 1 more action and say, Luna, develop. Please give me 1 more card for this AoE. Does Luna know? Is Luna just actually having the Trundle's Ice Quake in mind?
I don't think so. This is something you see a lot, where players just don't think about the champion spells. But maybe Luna thinks about it, because Luna and Genesis are both regular Monday Madness players, the random deck tournament that I run every Monday. And champion spells are a huge thing there. And you just learn to play around everything in that tournament, because if you don't really know the deck, you have to play around everything.
And there is the development. Boom Baboon hits the board, and Genesis, you got to go for the Ice Quake, right? Genesis is hesitating ever so slightly. Can I pass once more? Is there going to be a 5th development? But no, the Ice Quake comes through. So this is going to be a full board wipe for Luna. And now we are on the path to, can I have a little bit more burn, please?
Okay. To be fair, we have quite a bunch of units we can just throw on the board. We can at least play 3 more units this turn on the board.
Yep.
And
yeah.
Then we might still get there with the winning light. It's crazy, but we might still get there.
There's still really nothing for Genesis to do. I think that if this Ice Quake was able to come down before that last swing happened and pushed through that so much, like 10 damage, it would have been fine. But I love this Ice Quake. I actually was playing Annie Ezreal like a week ago, and I got Strength in Numbers off of Ferris Financier, and then I had Iterative Improvement to get another Marauder, and then I had triple Marauders, and I was like, oh wow, this is a pretty cool alternate win condition. And the same thing happened. The Ice Quake came through, wiped me out, and I said, oh, never mind, guess I lose. But this deck actually can pivot. We've got the Swarm, we've got the Burn. This was the exact same thing we were seeing with Lulu, Chompers, Yordle, and Arms, where even if you're able to maintain some board pressure, as long as they can hit you 1 or 2 good times, there's always the threat of the burn damage.
Yeah, and what we're probably going to see here is that Luna is going to skip on the discard for one of those spots. Oh, well, you can actually discard a board. But I think this is correct. You got to keep the burst activation for Nightfall in hand and draw a small burn. Wait, we have...
There it is.
People in 1,000 ways right now.
And so, and Genesis doesn't get first action. You can just put everything on the stack before Kindly Tavern Keeper comes down, and that's just going to be it.
Yep.
Luna has a chance to double check the deck list, make sure there's not like a catalyst or anything in there. But no, goes for the Winding Light, saying, you know what? This is what I built the deck to do. There's only a Trundle in play. I've got a Flame Choppers. I might as well. We don't even need to go for the burn, Iced Tea.
Oh, and the burn gets discarded. Can this go wrong? So, is there any way we miss lethal? No, there's no way we miss lethal here. Okay.
Because of the Flame Chompers, there's a Flash Freeze here.
Oh, wait.
And it's still Xaxes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Winning Light is not called the Winning Light for nothing. And even though it was maybe a bit BM going for that line, it did work out in the end.
But that is, generally how timelines go. Like you said, Ice-T, it is 50-50, but it does ride on the fact that you've got to draw your timelines. You've got to get a better mid-game curve, unfortunately. Like keeping Caitlyn in the opening hand was super, super smart for Genesis, and the full mulligan for everything else came up with double Revna, triple, and that's just the thing that you can't do versus...
Yeah.
Mystic shots even in Genesis deck that didn't come through to kind of keep that early board under control. And now we're going to try to see if Timelines can go through against Sivir Akshan. Timelines sort of built its legacy on its ability to bully out other mid-rangey decks. And Sivir Akshan, ironically, I think lately has kind of found its ability to consistently pivot to a very aggressive game plan. So this is going to be another kind of titanic battle, but already Genesis is looking much better with concurrent timelines in the opener.
Yeah, timelines on one, absolutely insane. Now, if we find a couple freezes, we could also hinder Sivir's level up. That would be absolutely amazing. A Rosen Sentry would be a good draw here. Finds it as well. The Aloof Travelers are interesting because the top end of our curve is mostly a couple of removal spells and Sivir. So it is actually a Sivir threat here. And I love how Aloof Travelers, even after the nerf, finds itself in so many PNZ decks, just because it can take out threats before they even hit the board.
How do you feel about Genesis mulliganing away the Omen Hawk? You had the timelines already. I guess maybe the stats just didn't matter. Probably looking for that Mystic Shot to answer Akshan.
Yeah, I would think he was looking for the Mystic Shot, as you mentioned, because otherwise Omen Hawk is really good against Demacia. Just being able to throw down maybe a 2-mana 3/3 if you would have top decked something like a First Financier on 2 is absolutely insane. But having the Mystic Shot as an answer to Akshan is also very good. That said, we have so much protection in hand right now.
Yeah, the double sharp sight is amazing. Broadwing helps. You could even just go for the, the Bright Steel Protector. You still get a tick on the Palace. These two regions just work so well together. Sivir Akshan has just survived through thick and thin. Just because what the deck does is still so just clean and consistent.
Yeah. It's just one of those meta staples. I think it's an EU special, right? I don't know if it's that popular over there in Americas or in Asia, but in EU, you always meet Sivir Akshan on ladder. And if you think you're safe and you're playing a control deck, all of a sudden you stare down that spell shield Sivir, and you just ask yourself, why do people still play this deck?
You feel like it's balanced and that it just does things to you that you're like, oh no. Like, I've gotten smorked down by this deck before. You think that it can't go aggressive and it catches you by surprise. I think that's really the secret, Ice-T, is Sivir Akshan is just an incredibly flexible, surprising deck. I see you hovering that Iceborne Legacy.
For a moment. I mean, it is technically a huge buff. It's just kind of inconsistent, and let me tell you why. I tried to play Iceborne Legacy today in timelines. Granted, it was bad timelines, but I found out that it's not that good because, yes, you can put it on a unit where you have maybe two other copies in the deck, but then if you have to play that unit as the first unit in your turn, it transforms and it no longer gets the Iceborne Legacy buff.
Oh,
because
no!
It's no longer that specific unit.
Oh, I thought it would keep the stats when it transforms the way that other buffs work.
Me too.
Well, I'm glad that you did the science. And Genesis didn't fall for the Giga debate either. Has the Camivoran Dragon, this card that I've only seen like 4 times. Is this the one that if it slays something, it drains 1?
Yes. It's an amazing card. I like it because it brings a lot of flavor to the Shadow Owl Dragon archetype. Unfortunately, that is, as you mentioned, not something playable. Never was, and I don't think it ever will be. But if there's ever a self-slay deck, this is going to be massive in that. Now, as just a 4/3, it's also quite solid. It trades 1 for 1 here with our opponent's unit. Not really what you want, but...
putting some respect down. Doesn't want to swing in there. I guess there is the worry... What was there? There's not too much damage available. I don't know. Just wants to keep this alive as a blocker. Doesn't really want to force aggression. Genesis just opting to develop defense here in this matchup. Recognizes as long as the game keeps going beyond round 8, I'm enormously favored. We've even got the Revna here. So this deck is about to kick into maximum overdrive.
Yeah, as soon as you bring down the Revna, Demacia is looking old. It's all of a sudden you just a deck with the way bigger stats. Let's see what this Ferris Financier can get us. Another Hextech Anomaly. Oh, the Sputtering Song Spinner. That is a card that is more often than not a bait, but it is so good in a couple of decks.
Song Spinner is so godlike. Listen, that's like one of those cards where you sit around the water cooler and you tell your war stories about the ridiculous stuff that happens when you play that card. My opponent got Prowling Projectile, Unspeakable Horror, and Guiding Touch or something off of it. And those 3 cards in combination allowed them to avoid my lethal swing and claw their way back into the game. It was actually godlike. The Unspeakable Horror also got them like a Cloven Way or something.
Oh god. That sounds absolutely disgusting. I don't... Yeah. I think my biggest story of that card is when my opponent just got more powder from it. I was like,
Oh
okay,
no!
It's just more powder, not a problem. But they were also playing a Tibok deck.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, their Mystic Shot killed me.
That's awful. But speaking of awful, Luna has this full swing coming down, has the Fleet Feather Tracker as a challenger to peel one of these bad trades away and try to push through some damage with the Sandstone Charger. Still has the double Sharp Sight backup because Genesis has been playing defensively, hasn't been pressuring Luna for any answers or direct responses, can sit on these buffs and just be very safe. And now it looks like the swing is about to come through. Also just opts for the pass, doesn't even want to develop the Caitlyn, is going to hope this Mystic Shot can bail him out. But if you try to high roll the Mystic Shot onto this 4-2 or this 5-2, you're going to get punished by the Sharp Sight. This is a very spooky line.
Ooh. I mean, you have the freeze right now in hand. I would like Genesis to be patient here. Just because... At this point, if you get the kill on the Akshan, it would be absolutely amazing. But as you mentioned, protection in hand, that could be a complete blowout coming from Luna's side here. Genesis has to be really careful. And we see again that Genesis kind of struggles to get into the mid game where he is advantageous.
Mm-hmm.
Once he gets the Refner down, we mentioned it, the stats are going to grow. Genesis can get on the board, and there's no real way for Luna to swing through. But Genesis is just struggling again to even get there.
Wow, pre-commits the Sharp Sight, also puts the Sharp Sight over on the Treasure Seeker, just wants to push through damage. I love this so much because you're basically saying, I want you to block with the 2-3 into the Akshan. Luna has completed the condition of the Palace and says Akshan has, done his job. It doesn't matter if he goes down. And so Genesis doesn't even block, has to maintain at least one blocker for emergencies. And now with Luna cashing in that board, getting that big swing, now gets the predict draw with the Warlord's Treasure. And if you can pivot from here into a Golden Aegis or a Sivir, you might be able to limp over the finish line and close the game before this gets too out of control. And now here comes Revna. +2/+2 to the entire deck, drawing one card, getting the Armored Tusk Raider. For those of you in chat who don't know what this card does, it does not take any damage from enemies with 4 or less attack.
Yeah, for those of you in chat and me, thank you for the explanation. I did not know what this card
its effect is so powerful, but it's like just too specific because it's like a 6-drop. So it comes down before like the effect can truly start bullying.
I think what we see here is Luna has to press the action now. Maybe has to go for a rally this turn even. This doesn't look too good for Luna because yes, we did count down the Warlord's Palace, but we sacrificed our Akshan. And just with the 2 pre-commits, we pushed a bit of damage, but losing our Akshan actually is pretty bad in this situation because we missed out on the Warlord's Horde. And the double draw can be really, really important in this matchup.
Yeah, see, has the Golden Aegis now. Now that Genesis is out of mana, Luna is just crunching the numbers right now. I have 2 challengers. I can push through 6. The Broadwing would clear the Sunhawk. Yeah, setting it up here. Another Merciless Hunter. This is essentially having a 3rd challenger in play. A beautiful open attack into a swing. The reinforcement's not going to do it, unfortunately. The Hextech Anomaly. But True Shot Barrage looking pretty sick here. But that is actually lethal on the open. Has to go for 3 Sisters instead.
Your Flash Freeze, go for Entomb, goes for the Flash Freeze. It also works against the Rally, obviously. So we are eating 7 here. We are keeping both our blockers, which is really important, but they are still vulnerable.
And look at this. I like that effect. You see like that cool distortion staticky effect where the Tusk Raider doesn't take any damage.
Yeah,
and
I like
it's still cooking.
Never seen it before, but I like it a lot.
The only people that respect this card are like the old Expeditions players. Apparently this card is like really obscenely strong in the draft mode. Rest in peace to Expeditions. But this is one of the joys of timelines, right? You get to see some of these underplayed cards, getting to adapt to the board state on the fly. But here comes Brightsteel Protector. Genesis knows what's coming. When you see the pre-commit on a barrier like this, you know it's going to be a rally or a single combat or something. Cataclysm. But we just can't get over this Tusk Raider.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait a minute. Is Genesis Galaxy Brain and is going to Aloof Travelers and try to snipe the Golden Aegis here?
Oh, okay. So I was going for the safe play, developing the heal at the same time as a blocker.
True. Tavern Keeper is the most balanced play.
But you know what? It would be an insane play to go for
because it's a huge gimme. It's a giveaway that a rally is coming.
Ooh. Okay, wait. Can we find lethal? So both blockers before Trundle are still vulnerable. That it's lethal. It's lethal. Oh no, we went for neither the 5-head play nor the safe play.
Yeah, you went for the Trundle because Genesis was basically saying, if I can survive this turn, I play Trundle now, then I have the Ice Pillar into that stairs combo play to absolutely guarantee this play.
Oh, it's a bit greedy in my opinion. And with that, Genesis goes 0-2 versus Luna. Luna advances to the next round. I think you were winning there because your opponent was running out of resources. Maybe Genesis thought, hey, I need to turn up the pace. You know, I need to win the next couple of turns. But...
We're getting some breaking information. Genesis just did not calculate for the vulnerable. Very unfortunate there. When you're trying to win against some of the best players on your shard and your back's against a wall and you're trying to figure out, what is the line of play, it's totally understandable that information like that can get overlooked. But regardless, still a really great showcase of Timeline still being able to put up a decent fight, especially once you get your combos off, get that timelines down, do some fun things. And just solid pressure and tempo seems to be really the way to deal with that deck consistently.
Yeah. So, it might be a bit crazy, but I think maybe we need Elnox in that deck. Maybe we need a way to just get on the board quick on turn 5, and survive all these mid-range horrors.
Honestly, yeah, I like it. Instead of Revna, that's Troop of Elnox, that's your 6-mana slot. Hang on, Ice-T, breaking the metagame. Trundle Timelines now back in S tier.
I would hope not. The deck is really strong if it's strong. And I think what we saw here is that also Genesis did not get quite the curve he wanted to. And that also did not help the deck. This is a deck that if you get the perfect curve, if you get the perfect unit, if you get the Chompers early on, if you get the Boom Baboons, you can stay on the board and you have some staying power there to survive until the mid game. But we saw it both times that Genesis unfortunately wasn't able to do that and just got out aggroed by 2 aggressive mid-range decks, which are doing quite well, even though on stats they are technically 50-50 into this matchup.
When we actually look at Genesis's build a little bit closer, we've got like 2 Buried in Ice, couple That Stairs, and a little bit lacking on the early game, right? Only 1 Iceveil Archer. It was very clear that this version is teched for the mirror match. It's teched for decks that are going to be a lot slower. The Buried in Ice helps so much versus potentially Thralls or like Feel the Rush. It's such a massive blowout versus decks like that. And so when you normally are covering the early game a little bit better with triple Tavern Keeper, the Boom Baboon, as you had mentioned, and the Iceveil Archer, you can get more consistently towards those later turns. But overall, I think this build is certainly solid, and it happens to everyone where you're expecting the meta to be a certain way and it doesn't shake out quite that way. But Jinden advancing over Giga Gamer, maintaining their dominance, going up against Pioro later, and Luna also going to be going up against Lear. Sequoia not able to take it down.
Yeah, I have confidence in Sequoia to get back and maybe get back to the finals. You know, Sequoia had a really great showing last week, but Lear vs Luna also sounds very interesting. Jinden again winning. If Jinden gets to another finals, he might go for a run to be one of the greats in Fight Night. You know,
Yeah.
EB, Ultraman, they have all been there. But Jinden being able to get 3 finals in a row, I think that would be a first.
I think, was it only Marcus?
Yeah, only Marcus. Oh,
got
Marcus.
the actual three-peat way back. For, you know, our longtime viewers recognize that legacy back when Fight Night EU was first getting started. So big shout out once again to Marcus, one of the greats, and Jinden, who is also making a name for themselves and building up that hype for the EMEA shard.
Yeah, but with that, we go to a very short break, 5 minutes, and we will be back with round 2. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends. My name is Skarzik, joined by Sparkling Iced Tea for a bonus round, and we're about to cover more of the adventures of Luna versus Lear as we move on through the bracket.
Yeah, we're not going to make it a running joke. Panda really is coming back next round.
Yeah, Panda, we have him on a mission. We sent him to a special sort of meeting where he's going to talk to all the Thralls players right now, see if he can convince them to take a break for like 2 or 3 days on the ladder for the good of our audience. And, you know, he did so well, we decided to also have him talk to the Viego Deserter players, see if we can get them to, you know, go take a little vacation so we can get our LP while they're gone.
Oh, I wish I had it back. That cost me so much LP. But our next matchup is going to be really exciting. We have Lear versus Luna. We saw Luna already take on Genesis in a quick 2-0, but now is up against Lear from Germany.
Now, Germany, as we know, very powerful region. Lear is just keeping things very basic, kind of using that EU special right with the triple Demacia lineup. This style of tournament lineup, we kind of talked about it last week, is a specialty in and of itself, right? You can be good at playing a specific Demacia deck. You can be good at playing mid-range decks in general, but operating very specifically this triple Demacia mid-range lineup for a tournament has been, you know, a tech that's been passed down to only a handful of players that are still seeing success with it.
Yeah, we saw Sequoia last week have a lot of success with it. We saw Castman with a Fight Night. That was an absolute brilliant performance, but I think you guys mentioned it back then. This is not as easy as a lot of people think. Demacia mid-range can be quite hard to play, especially in metas where you have a lot of flocks, where you have a lot of Noxus removal running around. So you do have to get in there and learn these decks.
Yeah, I think, you know, what makes Demacia so, you know, attractive right now is the access to rally, gives you a decent edge versus Thralls. Petricite Broadwing really scooping up against a lot of like very aggressive decks, especially Annie. And so having confidence in, okay, I've got 2 or 3 pretty decent matchups, then you just kind of focus in and play well enough versus generally everything else. And we'll see if Lear can keep it up.
Yeah, especially against Luna's lineup, because it's looking spicy. We have the Fizz Riven here. Fizz Riven was, I think, the first attached deck to ever hit the meta. Unfortunately, it was very underappreciated and very rarely played. And then Fizz Aphelios obviously became a meta breaker, but Fizz Riven does have its strengths. It's quite a bit faster than Fizz Aphelios, can set up for bigger swings, and to be honest, it looks a bit cooler.
Yeah, you've got way more targets as well that can consistently pressure your opponent. When it comes to Fizz Aphelios, you have to do a lot of work, and sometimes you have to buy a lot of time because you're waiting for very specific targets to hit your hand before you can set up. But because of the blade fragments from Riven granting overwhelm, granting that quick attack, anything that sticks on your board can potentially become a combo enabler, especially with Ruined Reckoner, the overwhelm from Might, and Wallop as well, right? Being able to remove a blocker so your Might just swings true. It is a really great time. There's a lot of challengers in the meta, like I just said, so Fizz isn't as consistent at sticking to the board and still being able to complete that combo. So when you have something with a little bit more HP on it, like a Riven or even Ruined Reckoner itself, you can find those combo potentials and those outs. And the biggest strength as well, I think, Ice-T, is this deck starts pressuring you from turn 3. You don't have to worry about, oh, but what about turn 5, turn 6? No, it's like turn 3, you know, the damage starts raining down on you.
Yeah, it puts it on really early. But another fast deck is what we already saw Luna play, Zoe Aphelios Vi. And this deck, as we mentioned, is more of an aggro deck than any other Targon deck has been so far. I think it's even more aggressive than Nightfall. Nightfall has like this combo aspect to it. So I always feel weird calling it aggro. But this deck, with the very, very, very low curve and the multiple burn finishes we have, I'm comfortable calling this aggro.
Yeah, I think that, like me, some players might look at the region combination, see the champion lineup, and think, oh, it's a Ruben pile. But that's the trap that's where it gets you. You think that it's going to be like a slower value-based deck, and we saw just how much damage output this list is truly capable of, and it still has just a little bit of value with the Celestial Trifecta and the Aphelios as well, kind of just shoring up any slower draws you might get. Very well positioned, very well rounded. If you enjoyed Yordles and Arms, if you enjoyed discard aggro, and you're looking for something to play in the new metagame, this is certainly going to be the deck for you. And as I, look at this deck, it looks amazing. Meanwhile, we've got Sivir Akshan. This one has a variety of tools. This is one of the, how do I put it? This is like sort of a subgenre of Sivir Akshan, where it's much more toolboxy. You're relying very heavily on the Warlord's Palace to give you that predict draw and just kind of get the card that you are going to need at the moment, right? So you're more comfortable running a lot of one-ofs. We see Demacian Tellstone and Shuriman Tellstone in this deck. I don't think I've seen the Tellstones make their way into Sivir Akshan yet, but I'm very excited to see what they do for this lineup, because things like Weight of Judgment, Detain, cards that we normally don't see, but when applied at the right moment for the specific matchup, can absolutely win you the game.
Yeah, I think I was a bit disgusted seeing that list. It was tech to the nines. I don't want to play against this on ladder or in a tournament, and especially in a tournament setting, it can get really uncomfortable playing against a deck like that, because you always have to think about your opponent having that one-off in hand that could absolutely destroy you.
And it looks like it does remain unbanned. Fizz Riven also sticking out here. Scout's going to get banned. When you go up against triple Demacia, usually it's Pantheon or Scouts are the ones that get banned. They have a little bit more turbulent matchup spreads. And we're going into a mirror. We've got, again, Lear on a more standard build. I think a little bit more classical from what we've seen for Sivir Akshan. And then Luna on the Giga Tech soup, with the Demacian Tellstone, the Shuriman Tellstone, only one Right of Negation, Shield of Durand. When it comes to unit spreads, it looks like they're about the same with the Bruiser and the Vagabonds here at the top end. Luna is running the Fleet Feather Trackers as well to get a little bit more tempo like we saw.
Yeah, and so far the opening hand looks great for Luna. We have a couple of tools here. Some units, we have Sharp Side, but we are really searching for the Akshan, I think, on Luna's side. The mulligan already happened for Lear, and it's quite an expensive hand. So if we find an early Akshan, and we do find it, I think Luna is quite in an advantageous position here.
Can just play the Akshan on 2, has the Petrocyte Broadwing. Lear might go for the classic pass. We see this a lot. Like, there's nothing to play here, but Luna might not develop because this could be a bait into Broadwing. So you pass back, let the turn go, and then you get to play the Akshan on 3. So even though Lear didn't really have a lot of early game, is not really punished because this deck kind of channels some of the kind of old school Fiora Shen energy, where if the matchup allows you to do so, you are very happy floating a lot of mana, so that you can always start to back up your swings with combat tricks a lot more confidently.
Yeah, and we saw the decision here whether to get down the Warlord's Palace a bit earlier, so to have the countdown advance a bit faster, or to already go on the vulnerable on the Akshan to be able to play Sivir next turn and remove him. But we do decide to go for the Warlord's Palace, and that means that once we find our own Akshan, this can tick down really fast. That said, it's a bit more awkward removing our opponent's Akshan now, because we don't have single combat, we don't have Cataclysm, we can get vulnerable on this Akshan, but he can be easily protected. If we had a Sivir with a vulnerable Akshan on board, this would be way easier.
I wonder if the Sivir is going to be developed. The big issue, again, with playing the Sivir is Luna can just play Brightsteel Protector and just kind of deny this swing altogether. If Luna just develops a Broadwing and it survives, then you just get to kind of snipe the Sivir. So it's not a guaranteed setup, but Lear's just going to go for it. I have double Sivir in hand. I've got the Vicar and Bruiser. Because this hand is so heavy, you are kind of just hoping that you can develop, get a wide swing, and maybe Lear doesn't attack here, right? Just says, I'm going to develop, and focus on getting a wider board. But no, oh, sends it. Has 3 spell mana backing up this swing, recognizes that Luna has to respect the threat level, trying to force this Petricite Broadwing to trade down before it kills the Sivir next turn. So if Luna takes this 8 damage, just for the chance at the Broadwing taking down Sivir,
decides against it. And I think that's a very wise decision, because as soon as you go down in this matchup, you have no healing. You are in range for an Absolver lethal, and that is nothing you can really afford. Luna's hand is looking quite poor in units and does not top deck them either. So maybe
all spells.
And maybe they can find the opportunity to just go wide on board and just swing through, push damage, and win the game that way.
We, at the very least, have Rite of Negation for Golden Aegis, but when you're behind, it kind of doesn't matter if you have the negate for the rally, because if your opponent's just 2 or 3 units wider than you, they don't need to rally in order to end the game. Luna can go for Sivir here. If Lear develops in return, Cataclysm could be huge to get some massive tempo here and get some progress on the Sivir. And again, the way the Akshan has just been paralyzed, right? The Warlord's Palaces are just ticking down 1 turn at a time. There is really no acceleration here.
Yeah, and the Bracelet Protector here is going to be amazing to shut down again a whole turn from Luna. And even though we had Akshan on Luna's side and not on Lea's side, it looks really good for Lea right now on the board. That said, once the Warlord Horde flips on both sides, we will have a Warlord's Palace flips. We'll have a Warlord's Horde on Luna's side, and we won't have one on Lea's side. So if this is just a back and forth between 2 players, Luna will win the value game.
This is a pretty strong round end. Lear is still thinking, okay, do I want to keep developing, try to keep my pressure up? Am I even going to attack next turn? Merciless Hunter's ability does go through Spell Shield.
Yeah, this is amazing to take down the Sivir. You have to decide, do you want to take down the Sivir or the Akshan? I would go for the Sivir. She's a bit bigger than Akshan. And it's also a very big threat, because we already see the Absolver in Luna's hand, and you yourself don't want to go into a huge Sivir swing. So I think this is a correct decision.
Yeah, even without the attack token, this just sets up a really good open attack for you. You don't have to develop, so that way you aren't giving Luna the opportunity to put down a Brightsteel Protector of their own, or any sort of shenanigan like that. And so this means that Luna is going to pull the trigger on the Cataclysm, just to get some value out of the Sivir before she goes down at the start of the next turn. And this, in turn, makes it so Lear might want to risk developing now that the open attack isn't looking as great.
Now, I think you can go for the develop here on their side. It's looking pretty good. Then again, we also have to still be afraid of a Brightsteel Protector on the other side. So this is the awkward part, right? If we develop and there's a Brightsteel Protector for Luna, again, we are kind of stun-locked, because yes, we can pull the Sivir, but she's always going to get a free trade. Now, we don't find it on Luna's side, but Leah doesn't know that. We have Caster Vision, the players don't, and goes for the open attack. Yeah.
There's also, I guess, the threat, too. We got to remember the Demacian Tellstone.
Oh, yeah.
So we can do Tellstone into Barrier. Very spooky. It's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situations here. And I guess because Lear has the second Sivir, it's fine to just, put everything down, put all your cards on the table. Shield of Durand, cover-shaped stone here.
Ooh. Okay, wait. Luna is actually going to win this trade now with the sharp side. There's nothing Lear can commit. Does Luna want to commit a second spell, though? You kind of have to.
It feels so shield. Bad, yeah. You already went for shield, so if Sivir survives this trade, you get the bonus HP at the start of the next round. Sivir is still going to be vulnerable and is still going to be under attack for the rest of the game, but you're taking down Lear's Sivir. You're getting a lot of progress on your own Sivir's level up. You're maintaining this spell shield in play. So I think that that's acceptable.
Yeah, the current Bruiser on both sides as well. The Lear can decide if they want to go wide, if they maybe want to pop the landmark, or if they just want to go big and tall on the board. It's a tough turn for Lear now, because there is still a Sivir on the other side. The threat of the Warlord's Palace also popping for Luna is very, very apparent. The Akshan's still on board and the Warlord's Palace being on 2. The only thing you can do is 4 units.
Just keep going wide at this point. Hope the Warlords bails you out, because we see a very nice inverse where Luna has a lot of spells in hand and Lear doesn't have any spells in hand. And so we were hoping to course correct with a few more clutch top decks. Luna's Bag of Tricks is just really paying off, right? That 1 of Shield of Durand, saving the Sivir, still the threat of both of these Tellstones. Like, with the Verkuren Bruiser being developed, for example, if Luna goes for Shuriman Tellstone into Weight of Judgment, you can just destroy it, you know what I mean? Just right out of the bat. What are the other options off of Shuriman Tellstone? Ruthless Predator and Spirit Fire. Spirit Fire would be completely devastating if Lear is able to get a massive advantage and go for a wider swing.
Yeah. I mean, it is just like the good old Shen Fiora, as you mentioned. Yes, we don't have a lot of units on Luna's side, but all those combat tricks and all those buffs, all those spells are helping out to keep the board advantage for Luna's side, and it's amazing to see it. I kind of miss the deck a little bit, you know. I like playing the good old
I wish Ionia Demacia mid-range was a little bit more solid in the current metagame. I don't want to play Fiora Shen specifically, but, you know, if it's Shen Jarvan or Shen Lulu, you know, so be it. But that style of, I'm going to try to mind game you with my combat tricks and try to win in the late game with Sacred Protector or Bright Steel formation, it's just a classic. It's vintage mid-range, baby.
Vintage mid-range. I love it. I hope it comes back at some point, and we might be able to get back. The unfortunate problem right now is that every other Demacia deck just goes bigger than you, and that is a big problem. You can't really go up against Bard, because even though you can throw in a barrier, if you are facing down a 10-12, not much you can do.
The barrier will not save you, and Lear's board currently is not saving them from this Sivir. She's back up to 3 HP, feeling good, has the vulnerable, even more progress towards her level up. Developing the Sivir here is dangerous because of a potential rally. This Broadwing is the perfect enforcer, the perfect bodyguard to stifle Lear's development. So yeah, what is the play here? You could play your second Vagabond, and that advances your Warlord's Palace, so you can get access to that treasure. But I think Lear is looking a bit wider than that.
And this is a rough development. So because we will be able to rally here, I think the Sivir is going to die to the Broadwing, unfortunately.
I think the Sivir is close enough to leveling that we could put quick attack on that bad boy.
Yeah, but even if we don't, we do have another sharp side. So even with a buff, we are sure to take down the Sivir. And the only buff Leia has right now in hand is something you would want to finish the game.
Oh no, here it is. The rally puts the barrier on the Broadwing, so even if it doesn't get quick attack from a Sivir level up, it looks like the math isn't quite there. You still get to take down the Sivir. You have Sharp Sight to back this up. You even got the Relic of Power now for the Predict Draw. You can just look for another combat trick here if you so choose, or it's very rare, but we could see the Sandstone Charger come out.
Yeah, the Sandstone Charger would be awesome. Here's just another big attacker that has to be blocked, that takes down the board of Lair, and Lair only has their board. They don't have anything else right now. As you mentioned, they don't have combat tricks. Now, Luna doesn't really know this. Those 3 cards in hand could very well be combat tricks, because Lair hasn't played them this whole time and still 6 mana available. So you kind of have to play around that. But the Sandstone Charger does put on a lot of pressure.
All right, chat. Press 1 if you think it's going to be Sandstone Charger, or press 2 if you think it's going to be Predict Draw. Both options seem great, honestly.
Nobody ever talks about the third option.
It's, what is it? Everything in play gets +1 attack. Those are for, like, the swarmy Akshan builds that that really don't see a lot of love. Maybe this new Akshan Echo is going to be the play.
I can count it on one hand how often I've seen people take the +1/+0.
Yeah, I think I've only seen it like once as well.
Yeah. When it comes down in the right moment, it is broken. But more often than not, unfortunately, it's
Wow,
not as good.
holds on to the relic of power. Doesn't even commit. Doesn't even do it pre-combat to get another like in combat option.
That is interesting. I don't know why. Maybe you
I
want to see how this
guess-
combat. Maybe you want to see
Yeah.
how this combat turns out, and then you go for it. But it seems a bit sus.
Yeah, so Luna wants Lear to respond to this combat and wants to predict draw for whatever the next outcome is going to be.
That we have to commit the Absolver, and that's not even going to save it, unfortunately. Now, do we have to play around Quicksand on Luna's side? That is the question. So you could commit the sharp side here. Quicksand would be a blowout, but I think at this point you just go for it. I don't even know if there is Quicksand in Lear's deck.
Yeah, Lear's running one Quicksand. Luna's on double Quicksand, actually.
Also,
Yeah, gets obliterated once again. Luna's got all the answers, all the buffs. Sivir survives, Broadwing survives. And when you look at this board, now your predict draw, you're saying, okay, I want my second Golden Aegis. I want my Rally. I want a Tellstone. You know, even one of the Tellstones would be great from here.
Yeah, and I think it was correct not playing around Quicksand there because it would probably have been pre-committed earlier instead of using the Absolver there. But yeah, Luna has to go for the predict now. Or maybe Luna is going to do us all a favor and is going to go for +1/+0, even though it only really affects Akshan and Sivir.
Luna's going to do the Giga Chad move of just ending the round and not using it, just discarding that. Oh my god, the BM. Could you imagine what a power move that would be? I don't need this value. I've got you right where I want you.
At that point, I would concede if I was the opponent. I would just say, nope, okay, you got me.
All right, but anyway, the predict draw comes through. And, oh, there's the Golden Aegis. All three of these options look very strong.
Yeah, I like the Tellstones just because we can get the barrier. And the burst speed barrier on Sivir is quite broken because she has that spell shield. So there's no way to interact with the barrier. So if like any big unit pulls the Sivir, it is going to get killed.
Oh my god, goes for the Demacian Tellstone is somehow... This Sivir was given vulnerable by the Merciless Hunter eons ago and is still alive. I thought that Luna would be under a lot more pressure with Lear taking advantage of that vulnerable over and over again, but it just doesn't matter. If you're able to pressure your opponent in response and they don't have any threats that can take advantage of the vulnerable, Sivir's just been chilling this whole time. Now Lear gets the Relic of Power.
Alright, what do you find? Treasure Seeker, and Combat Perseverance. These are very low quality options right now. I don't think this is quite what we were looking for. Or maybe Treasure Seeker to be able to get the Waking Sands and try to pull Sivir with the Waking Sands. I don't think Single Combat is quite it because every unit here would trade 1-for-1 almost, except the current Bruiser. And again, we could run into combat tricks.
Preservarium gives you a draw right now. And maybe you can get your third Sivir out of deck. Skips! Very, very good decision as well. I think that skipping was also quite nice. It's an option that, we often forget that you can choose none of the options. And you skip, and it's going to give you a random fourth. So now we've got Akshan available. We saw the glow there. It is leveled up for Lear. Maybe get the Sentinel's Horde ticking down. But the attacks just aren't looking great from this position regardless.
Yeah, it's a late Sentinel's Horde. I mean, I like that we finally saw this because I have this thing where whenever I choose skip on a predict, I still get one of the cards that was in my predict. And I was always like, okay, is Riot scamming me here? Is it actually working in a way where you do get a different card, but it's nice to see it confirmed?
And I think the big shortcoming here certainly is that Lear has drawn a lot of units. And even though you can keep developing, you've got a lot of pressure, you're feeling really good about yourself. When you don't have consistent access to combat tricks, you can't take advantage of all the units you have in play. And you can't confidently defend yourself against your opponent's attacks either. And Luna, again, just has had a much more appropriate mixture for this lineup. And here we go. We've got the Demacian Telestone to put barrier on the Sivir to survive this swing. We could do something really dastardly with Detain. If you're really calling out Lear for not having... I mean, with the spell shielded unit, right? There's really no way for Lear to jailbreak the Vakuran Bruiser if he gets arrested right now.
There's only Rite of Negation, so you have to play around Rite of Negation, maybe.
Fair.
But they didn't have it so far, so I think Luna is not going to do it. Yeah, Luna is not going to do it. It's not going to respect Rite of Negation. I think that is absolutely correct. He's going to go for the Detain, and that is a massive blowout. Because Lear is not going to even be able to keep this Vakuran Bruiser. Oh, no. It just proves, in matchups like these, just like Shenfiora, the spells, the combat tricks are the most important thing.
Wow. What a turnabout, too. Like, you can almost imagine that scenario playing out where Sivir, like, does some Tomb Raider tricky stuff and, like, ties up the Bruiser and is like, I got you, you know, like he thought that he had Sivir cornered and boom, now it's all reversed. The board is clear, but Sivir is leveled up. We've got another Bruiser in hand. We have the Absolver. We have the Waking Sands. Luna is also in a great position to just pressure and end the game here at the next round.
Yeah. Again, because we have the Absolver, we have the Waking Sands, and we have the Vakuran Bruiser, we have enough power to close out the game. We find the rally on Lear's side. Now, the rally is going to be a bit scary because they can, again, threaten the Sivir here. So if you're Luna, you have maybe like one action now.
Yeah, so we go for the Waking Sands first.
Okay, probably just going to write this. Yeah, never mind. We're just going to write this, and then how much mana do we have left? We have 5 mana left, so we can still go for the 1-drop and for both sides of the Absolver.
Yeah, so we've got Rite of Negation, and you can just get rid of the rally. Make sure you maintain your board. Sivir's chilling. Almost every single zany one of and tech and trick in Luna's bag of tricks has paid off in this game, has paid off in this mirror match. We now have access to, just Fleet Feather Tracker to put another unit in play, and then double Absolver for some Overwhelm stuff. Putting the Overwhelm on the 5/2 is going to result in, 3-ish damage, 2, 6, 8. It's off by 2-ish, I think. If the blocks are correct around the Absolver, I think Lear still survives with 2 damage, but loses on the
everything else.
Has to trade up your whole board in order to survive.
Yes. So
wait, no, my math is bad. I was off. Yeah.
It's just lethal. It's caster math. We casters are really bad. I didn't even try it. I left that to you. I was like, okay, if I try it, it would be way off as well. So I wasn't considering the first half going onto the Fleet Feather Tracker. Very smart to kind of spread out the overall attack power as much as possible, so you can't just concentrate your HP onto 1 or 2 units. But even if the blocks changed at all, I don't think it would have mattered there. Yeah, this game was over. Basically, even if we would have survived that, our board was completely decimated. Luna still had a full board. That Sivir was somehow still alive.
Yeah, very impressive. And got the Detain, like, wild. Absolutely wild. The only tech we didn't see was the Shreem and Telestone. But now, we're going into the next match, right? That was still just game 1. That went for a very long time. Sometimes those mid-range games, one side will snowball way far ahead of the other into a rally and just kind of close out. But both sides were going, like, toe-to-toe whenever they could. And now we're going to try to see Lear's Sivir Akshan take on Riven Fizz. As the reminder, Lear is running only 1 copy of Quicksand to maybe stop a big elusive / overwhelm combo swing. And so if Luna can get that assembled quickly before Lear is able to find the Quicksand, it could be that closeout that we're looking for.
And this might be over in a heartbeat. We already have a couple of flights that we can set up. We are missing our champions right now. The champions are really important in this deck. You have a couple of other cards that you could technically make a big threat out of, but we really want that Riven. We really want the Fizz.
The draw here is going to generate a lot of fodder for you, a lot of combo pieces, but not give you too much immediate threat. There is the presentation for potentially just House Spider, Yordle Squire, and just having a more swarmy game plan to just push through a little bit of chip damage in the meantime as you wait to draw into your later ideas.
Yeah, meanwhile for LoR, it looks way better than last game. We do have the Akshan on 2. We already have a couple of support units here alongside of the Akshan. We can go wide on the board. We can threaten Luna. We even have the Gifts for Renekton in hand. Right now, and ever since the release, really, it's Gifts for Sivir. She unfortunately left Renekton for Sivir's team. Although the Yep Croc deck has been making a couple of waves on ladder.
The Yep Croc deck. It's how greedy does Bard feel? Do your chimes go onto the Renekton or not? You just have to see. But the people, it's one of those decks that if it comes up gangbusters for you, you just fall in love with it, and then you're feeling good about yourself. But I love this setup with the vulnerable. The fearsome weakness of Bandle City is still something that a lot of players aren't properly taking advantage of. So LoR gets a beautiful opening swing here. Neither of these decks have healing, so it's super important to deal this damage as much as possible and try to set up for a rally. If LoR can maintain this advantage, get that golden Aegis, close out before Luna finds the combo pieces, then we're going to a game 3. Papercraft Dragon now entering the hand, and as I mentioned before, Fizz Riven doesn't need to wait for Fizz to be the carrier for the Papercraft Dragon. As long as you get the Dragon plus that Overwhelm Fragment or Might, you're looking at an OTK.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we don't really have the mana to do anything important here. We can't commit the Papercraft Dragon. We can't really make Blade. So at this point, it just looks like Luna is just going to pass down this turn. And as you mentioned, Fearsome is really good in this matchup, but it's just a good keyword in general right now. We see the House Spider being played right now for Luna, and a lot of decks are running House Spider right now, and a lot of decks go under the Fearsome curve. And right
now, you've got to go for the tiny spear. When I was playing, it's funny when I see the Riven Fizz, reminds me of my Rumble Riven that I had been running on the last meta and like the first couple weeks of this one, and the tiny spear really does help with protecting versus some of these fearsome lines, or just pushing a little bit of extra damage when you need it.
Ooh, we find the one-off Quicksand. This is massive.
Oh, this is so important for stopping Luna's first attempt at a big swing. The quick attack will not take double attack away because of the way attach works, but you're still draining that attack power from the unit, and you can get that trade. If Luna spends the 5 mana for the Papercraft Dragon, the carrier for it gets killed, and then you have to spend 5 mana again to reset up the Papercraft Dragon. It could be too slow, too expensive to maintain that level of threat. Luna right now, no champions, no Ruined Reckoner, still missing out on these key combo pieces, and is constantly under pressure, under fire, Waking Sands, doubling down on the developments here for LoR, potentially setting up for either the Bright Steel Protector or the Recurrent Bruiser.
Yeah, this just looks fantastic right now, because you can go super, super aggressive. And again, Luna is supposed to be the deck that is finishing the game around turn 6, turn 7, but it's not looking like that because we are missing the champions. We don't even have the full restored Blade. So right now, it is looking a bit tough, but maybe we can get something here. Maybe we can give it a bit of draw. Maybe we can stall out the game a bit longer. Wallop is okay. Otterpuss could also help. It's just another blocker that we can throw on the board.
Yeah, Otterpuss, very underrated, right? You get the 1/1 as a freebie versus one of these 5/2s for blocking. The prank can let you scout what LoR might be looking forward to setting up, like a Golden Aegis or something. It's a bit rough for sure. The Wallop only deals 1 damage. There is some pokey sticks if you're trying to be very cheeky with setting it up. It goes for Roar of the Slayer. Oh, this is dastardly. Gonna go for Roar of the Slayer. The Waking Sands go away. You get to trade into the Merciless Hunter and the Treasure Seeker potentially, allowing Roar the Slayer to hit the auction. Wow, what a wild pickup. I've only gone for Roar the Slayer a couple times, but it rarely pays off. You end up discarding it later on, usually.
I mean, sometimes it kills an 8-8, right? If they only have one unit, Roar of the Slayer is just a fantastic card. But still, we're going to take a lot of damage here. And we can't really survive a couple more turns like this, because not only are we taking a ton of damage, we are also just completely giving up our board. If you look at this, we might see a naked Papercraft Dragon, because without it, we might not have a single unit on the board.
Oh my god, you're right. There is actually no units in the hand. We only have another trinket trade. It's going to be Otterpuss. It's going to be the hero. Go all in on the Otterpuss and get completely annihilated by Quicksand and Concerted Strike.
I think we have to go for the Octopus as well, because we need something to discard, and a prank would be perfect for that. Because we don't really want to discard any of those blade fragments, because that sets us behind on the Blade of the Exile being restored. So right now, if we top deck Riven, we could immediately get the Blade of the Exile. But if we have to wait a turn more, that might be too long.
So here comes the trinket trade number 2. Looking for a couple spells here. No card draw being offered.
Is it Vision? No, it's not. Okay. I was like, what if it's Vision and you go for the high roll? You top deck a unit next turn and you discard the Vision, give a unit +1/+0 and kill the Akshan. But I think this is a bit more stable, especially because now you actually have a target for the Papercraft Dragon. You don't really want to play a naked Papercraft Dragon, because if it then dies, it is truly gone. Now, if you can attach it to something, it will go back to your hand.
And yeah, there's a lot of like issues and a lot of... This is a wild brick, right? We were talking about how the Fizz Riven has so much of a threat potential very early in the game, how it's been doing quite well on ladder, how it's basically the much more aggressive counterpart to Fizz Aphelios. But in this game, unfortunately, we just aren't seeing it. We get the eyes on the Quicksand at the very least. This is going to give Luna a lot of options to plan around that combat trick, and Roar the Slayer hits the auction as was foretold, but then has second auction here. Lear just reestablishes it. So here comes Luna. Has a unit in play, has a Papercraft Dragon, has trinket trade number 3.
We're trading a couple of too many trinkets here. We need units. Can we trade those trinkets for units? That is the question, because Luna really needs a champion right now.
We already have a Might, Lightning Rush. Maybe lets you do some shenanigans with getting another Otterpuss for another prank, but it's really not doing much for you. Yeah, this is so hard to watch when a deck is just like, you normally has so much potential and is just coming up empty repeatedly. There's just not much you can do.
Yeah, and it still looks like Leia's going to be able to put up the pressure here, going to be able to develop with a current Bruiser. Maybe he wants to keep up the Concerted Strike, but right now you only have Aksha on the board, so that would mean you need to develop Bright still this turn, which is a bit rough.
And I suppose the idea here is just Luna is not under a lot of immediate pressure. There's potential threat. There's good cards in Lear's hand. But Lear, because of the damage threat potential, can't actually develop, right? If you say, okay, I'm going to play Vicar and Bruiser, and then Luna now says, okay, there's not enough mana now for the Quicksand, I can attach this Papercraft and try to do some shenanigans. There isn't an Overwhelm Fragment in the hand. Then there's not enough mana for the both Papercraft and Might currently, but this is probably your best opportunity to get this safely attached.
Yeah. We kind of have to do it at this point. If we just keep waiting, we just lose anyways. I don't think there's much hope in this game for Luna, but I think the only way you ever win this is going for the Papercraft Dragon now and trying to at least swing in, maybe trade down the Succor and Bruiser.
Yeah,
We do
because
have a
it'll.
stun for next turn, so we can hold up a bit of aggression from there. But outside of that, we really need to draw a Riven.
Yeah, and the thing too is you might be saying, oh, well, if I don't attack, I can just accept the 7 damage coming in next turn, but Lear only needs to develop 1 more unit or just pre-commit the Absolver. You're really hoping that the Wallop is going to connect versus Rite of Negation. So I like that Luna is saying, okay, I've got to go for the attack here. Puts the fragment here, the Glinting Fragment, down for the +2 attack so that the Otterpuss lives versus the Recurrent Bruiser. And so if you're Lear, you can just Absolver here.
You can, yeah. So the question is, do you let this go through? Do you block with the Recurrent Bruiser? You're always going to lose the Bruiser. You can potentially trade this down as well, though. So it is a tough turn for Lear. I don't even know what I would go for here. I don't want to keep my Bruiser alive as well, because if we just swing in next turn, Action is going to be flipped, but Bruiser is still going to be a 5/5. It's really tough for Luna to block. And we could just threaten lethal next turn.
I was going to say, there is the line where you just take 10 damage, but yeah, just sacrifices the Akshan.
Yeah. There's, okay, don't need Akshan, and now that the landmark is already ticked down.
I suppose the worry is like top deck Ruined Reckoner or something, but yeah, once again, Luna coming up empty. Had a lot of early Swarm, had a lot of Fragments and Generation, but ended up with no good carriers for the Papercraft Dragon. Just had to go for Otterpuss, and that's definitely what you don't want to see.
Cataclysm is a nice card. Just a Broadwing. You have to decide here. Both could take down this Otterpuss with the Papercraft Dragon on it. Then again, do you want to take down this Otterpuss with the Papercraft Dragon on it? Because if you do that, this Papercraft Dragon might go on a unit that is way more scary than just a 1/1 Otterpuss.
Mm-hmm. You've got a lot of mana there too. Like you can skip and look for Golden Aegis or Sivir, but the Broadwing is pseudo guaranteed. We're pushing 5, 6, 7. It is potentially lethal. Luna's draws have been bad enough that Lear is maybe saying, well, I think it's pretty obvious that the hand is mostly spells based on the last few turns of the lack of development here. So now we've got Bright Steel Protector onto the Petricite Broadwing. And I think Luna has to pre-commit the stun here, actually, so that you have 2 blockers.
But if you pre-commit the stun, so the thing is, with Leia blocking with Akshan last turn, we don't actually have this Absolver activated. If we would have taken damage, Absolver would have been active here, and that would make this turn quite a bit harder for Luna. But because Absolver is not active, we don't have a big overwhelm threat. So I think Luna is going to be able to survive this turn. It's going to unfortunately have to stun a unit here to keep the Otterpuss alive, maybe. But then again, we see the Quicksand already. Luna is stuck between a rock and a hard place here. No matter what you do, you are going to stay in an uncomfortable position.
Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of, you know, I can survive, but what does the game look like afterwards? I suppose there is, at the very least, if you're scared, you know, you have still the Concerted Strike to not worry about, you know, overwhelm Papercraft Dragon nonsense. Because that's not a Fizz carrying the dragon. So you have some interaction there.
You have a ton of interaction. Yeah, I think Leia has just all the answer ready, and I don't think Luna is in a position where there's anything that could stop this. Now, if Leia also draws a rally next turn, it's just over next turn. If they don't, maybe Luna has 1 more turn to find something here.
Oh no. Yeah, so here it comes. Trading everything down. If you're gonna stun the Bruiser, I think that you just you have to take the damage from the Bright Steel Protector. Because now you're going for the Forbidden Line, the Sparkling Iced Tea Prophecy of naked Papercraft Dragon just being resummoned.
Wait a second, Skarsgård. I don't want to put my name behind this, okay? I did say it was a possibility, but I don't stand for this.
Something has gone horribly wrong when you're forced into a line like this. Draw 3 mana unit. Okay, we have a carrier for the Papercraft Dragon.
That's fantastic. The problem is there is a Concerted Strike on the other side. Now, Luna doesn't know this. Luna knows that there is a Quicksand, so says, okay, maybe I have enough fuel to go above the quicksand with the double might. Unfortunately, once Luna is going to see this concerted strike, I think the top right concede is going to come down.
We're going to a game 3. And the pass. Oh my god. Because Lear doesn't have enough like actual lethal threat in play, there's no reason to fully commit everything. Luna is trying to buy as much time as possible, find a much better carrier for the Papercraft Dragon, hoping for, again, something like a Ruined Reckoner, so you have that pseudo rally, that free attack. Top deck Fizz would be glorious from this position because you actually have a way to stop things like Concerted Strike. And here it is, the development. We have the Absolver, and that is indeed finally going to be game 3. Despite how behind Luna was, Lear had to respect that combo potential. Couldn't just willy-nilly develop tons and tons of units and spells because there was always the chance that Luna would be able to weave in a big combo prior.
Yeah, there we go. That is just more than enough damage. Flexing a bit here on Luna, but completely deserved after that rough game 1. Now it is 1-1. There goes and says, hey, I still have some fight left in me. Has to win one more though, and I think this is not quite the game I want to judge this Riven Fist deck on, because we saw neither champion, and we really didn't see any curve whatsoever.
True. So as we head into game 3, Scouts was banned, so it's going to be Pantheon Yuumi versus it's going to be Fizz Riven trying to still pick up that win. So how do you feel about Riven Fizz versus Pantheon?
Ooh, so Pantheon has the same tools, which are so annoying, which are going to be just barrier and single combat concerted strike. So if we don't find Fizz, we could run into those. But what it doesn't have is quicksand, and I think that might mean that Luna has a slightly better chance here. What is also again on the clock, because as soon as we get the Pantheon on board, it is going to look rough if he rolls something like Elusive, Lifesteal, and Scout, and then we we have Silence ready. So if we don't find our champions and we again have to commit a Papercraft Dragon on a regular unit, if that unit is going to get overwhelmed with a slow action behind it, we can silence it as well. But we see Riven in hand, so for Luna, this hand is looking quite a bit better than last game.
Has exactly the perfect curve, generating these fragments. Once everything gets cashed in properly, we're going to have the Blade of the Exile ready to go. You put that on the Riven, and you're off to the races with the Papercraft Dragon. We're getting a complete inversion of what we saw in the last game of how quickly this deck can put together a devastating combo, especially if Lear is tunnel visioning a little bit too hard on, getting these faded procs and setting up threats of his own. Luna is just going to absolutely pop off.
That is a giant 1-drop. Technically.
Wait, that's a 1-drop?
Yeah. The discussion is always, hey, is this really a 1-drop or is it a 4-drop? Because technically it's a 1-drop and a 3-drop. But I still think maybe we should see a nerf on this, okay? Because Saga Seeker is absolutely giant in every game I play against Yuumi Pantheon. And it's really tough to play against them if they have the Saga Seeker on one and if they have a curve behind it.
Yeah, they can't end the game without the Zenith Blade, but they just get to eat your board for free. It's just scaling stats and attacking. So it's you either take 5 damage or you keep sacrificing token after token after token, and eventually it'll get Spell Shield from the Yuumi. But here comes Riven. Once we get into the net, if we would have traded away that Squire, we'd have the 3rd fragment in hand here. But there's not enough mana to go for the full spiel, so I guess it's totally fine to just maintain a different blocker for now.
Yeah, I think Leia is quite...
the Blinded Mystic to take away that fragment. Lear recognizes the combo potential.
Okay, so we do go for it. The one thing I would say about this is we will get the 3rd Blade fragment anyways if this Riven is surviving.
True.
Until the next attack token step. So either we're going to take Riven down or we just want to slow down the Blade process, which
With the concerted strike, like it's all ready to go, and that's always been one of the biggest weaknesses of Blade of the Exile. I remember when Riven first came out, and Blade of the Exile was like 3 mana or something, and then they made it 1 mana. But because it's a slow action, it's just so risky to go for a lot of the time, because you do like the focus speed with the fragments, and then you cap it off with the slow thing that gives your opponent a chance to stun or respond or develop or put a barrier down with the Bright Steel Protector, and then you lose out on that big swing. Here comes the Saga Seeker now, threatening 9 damage.
Talk about a big swing. You don't necessarily need Overwhelm on the unit if the only unit your opponent has is their win con. So Leah is just saying, hey, I think you're going to take the 9 here, because I don't think you're going to trade in your Riven. Now, we do have a stun in hand, and I think Luna is going to stun here already. You could always argue, hey, maybe stun if it's even bigger, but 9 is quite big enough to warrant a stun.
Yeah. I think here, because you have double wall up, it might be fine. Where you want to save one of the stuns to just make sure your overwhelm damage is swinging through completely, because Lear has so much HP, right? The overwhelm won't matter and deal as much damage as you want it to. There's also the threat of, I have to double check Lear's recipe, because these Pantheon decks flex randomly in and out of Bastion, but this version does not have it. No Bastion in this list. But if Pantheon rolls that spell shield, it's kind of spooky.
Yeah, so we do go for the stun here. We do not take the 9, but as you mentioned, we might need to stun again next turn to get the overwhelm damage through, and at that point we might see the concerted strike, and Luna's dreams are going to be done. A Fizz would be really nice here, because if we top deck a Fizz, we at least have a unit that Luna can just throw down and swing in without Lair being able to really interact with it.
With the essentially going up against a lineup that has so much interaction, a lot of other decks don't. They focus too much on just being aggressive, focusing on their own win conditions and ideas, that it forces Luna to rely specifically on Fizz as the combo carrier, and not taking away the strength of this deck that we talked about, Ice-T, where its ability to pivot onto other units as their win conditions is the best bet for them. The Concerted Strike just being hovered here, just waiting for Luna to assign this Papercraft Dragon and spring that trap.
Yeah, and we have every spell in the game to just absolutely pump this Riven up with attack going up to high heavens, and then it's going to be all shut down, because on the other side, again, we have an 11-9 sitting there with Concerted Strike.
Let this be a lesson to you, chat. You got to run friendship.
Yes, just like in your favorite anime, friendship is what really wins you the match.
And here it comes. The blade fragments are coming through. This is going to level up Riven. Should get that +1/+1. Doesn't need to necessarily play Blade of the Exile, because you still have the Overwhelm and the Quick Attack from the fragments, which is also one of the weird things about Riven, where she already has all the keywords and payoffs of Blade of the Exile for the round that you want to swing and do your combo.
Oh man. Wait a second. This game could be almost over this turn. So we have Concerted Strike, we have Rally. We have enough mana for Concerted Strike and Rally this turn. So we can pump in a lot of damage. Okay, we go for the Pantheon. Makes sense. You want to target Pantheon this turn. Get Faded dropped on him as well with the Concerted Strike. One of the neat things, Concerted Strike pops Faded on both units targets, obviously. So yeah, we're looking really good. That said, with no spell shield, I think Luna can actually survive another turn. Can stun the Saga Seeker again, can try to find a win condition again, but you still will
Is Saga Seeker going to get spell shield from the Yuumi level up on the next turn?
I think if we readied this turn... No, wait. Yeah, he is, actually.
Oh, no. Papercraft Dragon is assigned. Luna has to go all in to try to close out, try to find something to push damage from this position, and Lear has been waiting for this moment. Here comes the Concerted Strike to shut down that combo, and Triple Demacia does it again. The Fizz Riven Yeah, not able to find the combo in time. Fizz, MIA, 2 games in a row. Luna has exactly the emote. Where is Fizz? No one knows. Sets up for a beautiful open attack for heavens to Betsy. Here is +1/+1 from the Yuumi. You can attack, prowling projectile, and there is no way to stop this once that spell shield comes through. Actually, wait, Pantheon didn't roll spell shield on the level up.
I mean, we can rally and then we can block, so Luna technically survives. It is the Master being the fun police as usual here, but maybe we can survive on Luna's side.
Yeah, with that second wall up, we take 14, play a
Riven, I have to sacrifice Riven. We could
play. We got Trinket Trade. We can throw an Otter Puss in the way.
Yeah.
Hang on a second, chat. The Blade of the Exile was already spent. We've got Papercraft Dragon and Might. Is that all you need? A top deck Fizz. Maybe make something happen here.
Yeah, right now, the Saga Seeker is just too big. Could tank a full hit with Ribbon and a Papercraft Dragon on it, so we don't really get lethal. But there's hope. And hope is all we need right now.
Pantheon even had Scout. Lord have mercy.
Okay, we find a spell shield unit, technically, with the Grandfather Fae. Oh, but he's gonna commit the Ribbon, does not play around the rally, and has to sacrifice the Ribbon now. Wait, are we not rallying?
Lear not going for the rally. Says, I can force you to trade down, but I don't think it's worth, because the Saga Seeker is big enough to beat Papercraft Dragon, and I have Sharpsight to block Fizz.
Oh, and I think Riven just gave us the perfect Blade Fragment. I think we just got extra attack. This is the +2/+0.
Yes. So she's going to get +4 from the Blade Fragment. Actually, you want to do it, is it her, when the first time her attack is increased every round, it's doubled?
Yes.
So you go for Might first to get +6.
Okay, so yeah, get +6. Actually, even if you commit all that, it's not enough to take the Saga Seeker down.
Yeah, you still can't kill Saga Seeker?
So, yeah, we would have had 12 attack on the Ribbon, which is not enough to kill Saga Seeker.
you go for Might, Papercraft, and the Glinting Fragment here. It's still not enough. And that doesn't even beat Sharpsight plus Faded, also giving it even more. Lord.
Yeah,
this is a 1-drop, chat.
This is a 1-drop. So I think we were on just a massive amount of copium there for a second.
I know. We inhaled so much copium, we just completely lost track of how to do math. It happens to be constantly.
It was like, maybe Luna can win this. And then like, oh, no. Luna
and the Pantheon has Scout and Overwhelm and Quick Attack and
everything you need, yeah. Oh, Fury too, yeah. It's gonna grow as well.
Oh yeah, of course. We've got the Ravenous Flock here. If only we had Disintegrate. That's the secret. You gotta run Friendship and Disintegrate and Fizz Riven. We've cracked the code. This was all just for research purposes, chat.
Yeah, just put Disintegrate in everything. Friendship, though, I would really love to see. Friendship is a cool card.
I really wish they didn't give Bandle City a spell shield, but that's just what they do. The power of Friendship is just too strong, transcends all barriers. But with that epic conclusion of that long 3-game set, right? That was actually a pretty long set. We can take a look now at how the rest of the bracket went.
Ooh, it seems that
Jinden was taken down. Has to go through the lower bracket. This happens, every champion does have to still face adversity from time to time. Jinden going to try to run it back up. I think that Pyoro had a really strong counter lineup against Jinden. So Jinden not only has to do a bunch of work in the lower bracket now, but has to cross his fingers and hope that Lear can remove that obstacle from the way. It would be very unfortunate, right, to go all the way up through, get the rematch against a counter lineup and have to lose anyway.
Yeah, very true. But again, against Hush, it's not an easy task for Jin. Luna versus Sequoia is also really interesting. But first up, we're going to have Pyoro versus Leia. And we haven't seen Pyoro so far. So I'm really excited to see what's happening there. Pyoro also, again, one Fight Night fan. So I'm happy to see them already in the winners final. But for now, that's it with this round. And that's it for me. I already saw Jin in chat saying, hey, Icy, get out of here. Panda is here. And that is true. This time it's not a bait. Panda is going to be on the desk. So I thank you, Skazik, for having me. I'm going to thank you, all viewers, for watching while I was here as well. And I'm going to go back to the director desk behind there. But until then, we're going to go into a short break and stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends, EMEA. We're joined back by Panda, who's back from his meeting I told you all about, where he was negotiating with the Thralls players and the Viego Deserter players. So I think they came to good terms. We should be able to actually collect some LP here in the next couple days. But for now, we are going to jump into the next stage of the bracket. Panda, you ducked out on us, missed that sweet Faded gameplay.
Oh no, I would have loved to see, just how big Saga Seekers can get, turn 5. That's really one of my, one of the reasons I really cast every Friday is just the excitement of getting to see Saga Seeker grow and grow and grow and then get overwhelmed and then grow some more. So it's a shame I missed it, but I think there will still be some Pantheon Yumi in this winner's finals. So still a lot to look forward to, Skarzik.
Yep, we have Pantheon Yumi. We've got the triple Demacia. Still, as Sparkling Iced Tea said, the EU special, right? Just that style of lineup for tournaments, just performing quite well, being very balanced, and just if you play clean and know your matchups, you can do a lot of work. But we need to contrast that with the opponent's lineup. We haven't really had a chance to take a look at Pioro lately. Pioro coming from Poland. I think this is their Fight Night debut. You love to see it.
They were maybe not in a fight, but they were definitely in the last season, which is why I know their name. But I think Fight Night as well, possibly. So maybe the second Fight Night edition they're playing in. But
Sparkling
very
SD had the deets.
Very young player, a player that is now kind of, there's a new wave of Polish players that are making a name for themselves in the past seasonal and now as well in Fight Night. So overall, we saw it last week as well, and this week with Sokoi from France, also very, very young, I believe 16 or 17. So there's kind of like a new wave, it seems like, of the the old guard we all know that have already proven themselves, and then this new guard that is not just showing up for one tournament, but instead kind of starting to make a name for themselves as also very consistent players.
They get a lot of time and training and just resources, exposure from some of these long-standing tournament competitive players, and the grassroots scene is just absolutely flourishing. There's so many events every day, every other day that you can participate in. So I'm glad that we've got a very strong crop of new players, and we're going to take a look at what list Pure opted to bring today. We've got Scion on the menu. This is a deck that comes in and out of the meta when you need something a bit more aggressive to round out your lineup, or something that can be played with a little bit more stability and value. This deck has it all. There's so many different ways to build it. You can lean again towards a lower curve or a higher curve. This one has the double Captain Baron, the double survival skills, is looking to play a much more mid-rangey game plan.
And I love the survival skills. We saw it last week. It completely popped off. I think it's one of those cards that we've talked about many times before, as with kind of Whirling Death as Draven's champion spell, where all of a sudden there's a situation in the game where maybe the opponent doesn't expect it, and it can really turn the game around completely in that one instance where you get this enormous value. So very happy to see it being included in these lists once again. I think it dropped off for a bit during Thomas's reign in Fight at the start of the year with Draven Scion, but now has appeared again, and I think it can find some very interesting lines in games, and that no other card can really do in this deck.
Also, big shout out to the one of main deck Whirling Death. Forces your opponent to have a lot of respect when they go for attacking or blocking against you in the early mid game.
And looking at the next list is going to be kind of a classic concept that has evolved over time, that has added new cards, and that card in this case for this patch will be the Winding Light, a card that I know has been getting a lot of traction in many different decks in Targon, because finally Targon has kind of a finisher that isn't just invoked, that isn't something you have to try and find, and you can't kind of consistently get the same results every single game. Whereas now, the Winding Light, I mean, just a very, very good card overall. It is expensive, yes, but its effect, it's really one of those cards that is an actual finisher when you actually need it.
This deck just goes wide, goes aggressive. If he gets one or two big swings in the mid game, then he can just finish you off with Mystic Shot and get excited. Very similar to how Lulu, Yorls, and Arms used to function, with its ability to just get a solid board. And even if you finally stabilize, manage to fight for the board, or even survive their big finishing swing with the Winding Light, they still have that burn to get that little bit of extra damage they might need to close out the game. And we haven't seen it yet on today's broadcast, but that one of Vi is always nice to have lurking in the back of your opponent's mind. If they try to develop a big target in the mid game, Vi can come down and snipe it immediately and maintain your advantage.
Looking to the third deck, and for me, I think the most interesting deck in this lineup, and one that really Throws us back to TF Swain days. It's very control-y, Noxus and Bilgewater combination, but with a lot of new tools. One copy of Disintegrate, one copy of Ebb, which is not a card that you see played usually in a deck outside of, Nami's champion spells when she was very much a thing a few months ago. But just overall, just very, very cool. Tentacle Smash, Nakaburos, 2 cards that have kind of proven they can fit in really any deck, regardless of technical synergy, other or not. And the rest of the shell is very similar to the past, but just it works so much better with all these new cards.
The list looks very loose, right? There's only like 2 Arachnoid Sentries, 1 Disintegrate, 2 Marine Wardens. Because there's so many options that you want to fit in and take advantage of. This list is bringing back the Riptide Rex. When your Ravenbloom Conservatory pops and you get that Tibulk down, the damage of each Riptide Rex cannon shot is increased, and it turns Riptide Rex back into the absolutely ridiculous, monstrous finisher that he used to be back during the Rising Tides expansion. I do like the concept of this deck a lot. Annie is a very feast or famine champion, where in certain matchups, if your opponent doesn't have the Mystic Shot or Petricite Broadwing, she can just level up, get that Tibbers, and suddenly a deck that is trying to play for a much later combo idea can get really massive mid-game tempo with an AoE board clear / stun.
And all the control-y options that this deck used to have in the past are still here. You still have Make It Rain, you still have kind of TF for controlling the board when it goes wide, but now you have the addition of this kind of no matter what kill card with Disintegrate that this region combination did not have in the past, as well as I think a more consistent finisher package with Conservatory and with the card draw, especially, that was definitely missing to some degree in Noxus, or Noxus decks at least, with Nangakaburos as well. So I think it's just TF Swain improved in the areas where it was weakest, and I'm very excited to see what this deck can do. Maybe Annie is not the right pairing. Maybe it is, a different pairing of champions, but I think the rest of the shell looks very good and overall can be very strong.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. We know that Bilgewater and Noxus has a lot of strong 1-drops to choose from, and who knows if this continues to evolve. Maybe you run like Misfortune, for example. A lot of strong ideas here, and this will be our first time seeing it on the broadcast today, hopefully, if it doesn't get banned. Every once in a while, if your opponent brings a deck that's a little bit too new, your opponent just kind of knee-jerk bans it because they just aren't really sure what the matchup is going to look like or what their mulligan should be. But Puro's gotten to finals with it, so we'll have to see what's going on.
And we'll see exactly what the ban phase looked as well for these players, what they decided to ban. As you mentioned, sometimes the surprise factor or the, hey, I haven't studied all the matchup tables for this exact lineup in the past. Maybe I'll just ban out of kind of comfort or discomfort to some degree. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see every time whenever you don't have kind of the cookie cutter, tier 1, tier 0 competitive lineup. It gets a little bit more difficult to predict maybe what players are thinking and what players fear the most in the specific lineup. So very interested to see what happens there as well.
When it comes to Noxus Bilgewater, right? It's a list that isn't necessarily a tier 1, just I'm bullying you sort of thing. It hasn't really been a top tier deck since Targon, because you were relying so much on trying to get Swain and Leviathan set up, and so you're always getting just roasted by Targon and Shadow Isles control decks that could just Vengeance or Ruination to stop those developments. And so this one now, just has, you're spreading the love. You aren't trying to go all in on one condition. You have a lot more early game pressure. You still have the great toolbox of Noxus Bilgewater synergistic answers, but then you get more card draw thanks now to Eye of Nagakaboros that also gives you a blocker, and now Riptide Rex to just focus on direct damage. We kind of saw players experimenting with this idea when the TF Swain became TF Gangplank and you were running Dreadway instead to accentuate that direct damage to the Nexus. And so with Tibulk, Riptide Rex, we finally have like that big end game burn package that I think this region combination has really been looking for to close out the game.
More consistent. I mean, Leviathan used to drop it. It's 8 mana. If something went wrong in the process of you trying to get to the next round, you'd be in big trouble. If it was removed cheaply, if it was Equinoxed for 1 mana, you'd be at a very big disadvantage against certain meta decks at the time. Whereas now, Riptide Rex, he comes in and immediately despite his body, despite what happens after the fact, he's putting down a whole lot of barrel shots onto your Nexus, onto your units, and has kind of a more immediate impactful effect. And as you mentioned, I think all the threats are more spread out. You're not kind of all leaning on one combo of Swain and Leviathan, which is a bit more disruptible. So very interested to see where this deck goes. It's always hard to, I think, predict how a controlling deck like this just seems like a mishmash of different cards is going to do, because it's not kind of refined or proven yet. But would be great to have a deck like this one back in the meta and really as a contending deck in a strong lineup in a tournament.
Yeah, I jump right on it because I've been playing tons of Annie Ezreal, so I kind of appreciate like this slight tempo Noxus package that can pivot to slower late game win ideas. This list has the Blade's Edge to hit the Nexus to activate the Riptide Rex, or you go for that open attack, right? Where the Legion Saboteur pings the Nexus, or a Zap Spray Fin, or even Annie can sneak through some damage. And then if your opponent trades down, Riptide Rex is suddenly sending all of that Tibalt base boosted cannon barrages directly at the Nexus. And, the idea with Riptide Rex was that the shots that directly hit the Nexus when your opponent's board is empty have their damage reduced, right? To offset that it's direct burn. But then Tibalt throws that completely on its head, this deck running triple Conservatory. And I'm so sad to say this to you, Panda, because this always happens when we hype up a deck, something new and something fresh, that it gets banned.
Don't do it. Skarsig, this is where you stop talking and just let the cosmic energy of Targon, of that Zoe and her playfulness, allow the deck to go through. I'm going to believe, Skarsig. I'm going to need you to channel the same energy with me. Are you doing it?
Here's the thing, right? Lear's running triple Demacia, so has 9 Broadwings, and doesn't care about Annie, is confident I can just snowball the mid game, right? We all remember playing TF Swain versus Scouts, and they just draw 1 Ranger's Resolve and you lose. So I think that Lear won't overreact to Annie TF and probably wants to ban the Scion.
That's better. That I like to hear much more analyzed and giving a reason as to why. And there we go, Draven Scion in the Sniper's mark. And gets not quite hit there just yet. Still deciding. 20 seconds to go. As you mentioned, I do think Scouts is going to be problematic. But really, I mean, looking at the decks from Lear, it seems like every deck is problematic, to be honest, because these are, I was kind of jokingly referencing that Tier 0 tournament lineup. This is the Tier 0 tournament lineup. This is the triple Demacia that we've all played against and suffered against and enjoyed in some weird cases for some viewers out there, I'm sure. With the, as you mentioned, 9 times Broadwing, just all the cards that are so effective at shutting down certain strategies, like Annie, for example, like Zoe in the early game.
Lear, this build of Akshan Sivir, pretty standard. The build of Pantheon, also pretty standard. The only note is there's 1 Blinded Mystic in the deck, only 1 Concerted Strike. A lot of decks often run 2. No Bastion, which comes in and out as a 1-of, and is on 2 Cataclysm instead of 3. But overall, like we saw in the last set, still manages to clock in and do what it wants to do regardless.
Very good start here for the Targon player, for Pyoro. Has Zoe early on, which of course can be dealt with by the Broadwing, but you have to take that chance every time. You can't just not play her, obviously. Then we have the perfect combo of Flame Choppers and Zonic Urchin. A lot of early drops to make sure you have at least some presence on the board for the first few rounds.
And Zoe being able to attack on turn 1 and get that super cool star chart is very, very important, because now we can get Equinox to maybe shut down the Saga Seeker. We can get a Crescent Strike to close out against a big swing. And Pyoro kind of has the advantage in that historically these Pantheon lists, don't go so wide. They can get like maybe 2 or 3 threats in play at most. And so if you can just develop quickly, have the tempo of 1 or 2 Flame Chompers in play, you're pushing through tons of damage, and then you can just immediately pivot to a big burn game plan.
And there's this fork situation. Broadwing wants to come down and kill Zoe. Sure, there's no mana to protect Saga Seeker, and Pyoro takes the chance, gets the kill on it right away before it can spiral out of control, as we've all seen it do so many times before. Sure, the Broadwing's left behind, but really this is a kind of a deck where if you're able to control the threats, the kind of tempo doesn't really matter too much, as long as you can take control of the faded units that are growing so much very early on before they can kind of get out of control.
And with the Zonic Urchin, the Sump Dredger, there's still a lot of card draw to be had, so you don't mind trading away a lot of your resources and units here in the early game because you're confident you can reload. If you have, you know, even 2 units in play, Dusk Petal Dust, Winding Light is completely devastating. We see Pyoro is attacking on odds, so we aren't going to get the 6 mana Winding Light, but we still have that Dusk Petal to just enable it. Or maybe we do discard it down the road if we get another Sump Dredger or second Zane Urchin. Back to Lear now. Has to go in on the Petrosite Broadwing because the Saga Seeker was taken down. We do have an overwhelmed threat, but this is not going to scale nearly as hard.
Yeah, gonna be not really ideal scenario. Obviously, with things like Shielded Rand, it works a bit better. With Zenith Blade, not so much.
Oh my God! Fishes gets the Equinox. Wait, no. That was a moon. That was a moon glow. I saw the very clipped edge of a spell. I thought it was the Equinox.
You're getting us excited, Skarzik. And this will be.
I misplaced my glasses before the tournament started, so I'm trying my best here.
You'll see the Broadwing now getting hit, and at this point you can kind of start targeting it and trying to you know, take it down little by little because it doesn't have Faded. It's much harder for it to kind of run away with the stats as the Faded units tend to do in this case. So you can just maybe fire it at with Mystic Shot after this. Might force a Pill Cascade, might force more mana on this turn, and yeah, that's gonna be the case here. Mystic Shot is gonna be committed to the stack. Forces a Pill Cascade on a turn that it could be proccing Faded for someone else next turn, for example, and no spell mana for next turn for Lear. So I think overall, it's a good trade for Pyoro. He's still trying to, you know, at least force resources out of Lear, and as you mentioned, if he's dumping resources into this Broadwing instead of a Saga Seeker, that's good news.
Now it's down to a 2-1. You know, there is, okay, I can put a second Zenith Blade on this to put more HP on it, Guiding Touch on the Broadwing to put more HP on it, but essentially, for all intents and purposes, this Broadwing is, you know, out of commission. Lear can set up the Wounded White Flame, but again, now doesn't have the Pale Cascade or anything to proc the Faded safely if Pyoro were to immediately respond with a Get Excited, right? And Pyoro's enjoying that tempo and that position of forcing Lear over and over and over again to keep using these Faded procs and resources just to build up a threat. We don't have that snowballing potential of the Saga Seeker. Taking that down with the Mystic Shot was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, the Wounded White Flame coming down, attempting, it looks to have the Rise of Protector, give it the barrier now to the Wounded White Flame, proc the Faded, and stop any kind of attack here as well, in case Pyoro was trying to go for a go wide strategy to kind of soften the Nexus a little bit for when the Winding Light is able to come down later in the game.
Pyoro working on this wide board, however, not really a lot of mana available. Could go for Ferris Financier just to get a big spell. You know, in Targon and PNZ, there's a lot of fantastic options for Ferris to pull from. And who knows if, yeah, I was going to say we can just go for a double gem, get this Flame Chompers to get a nice trade.
And there it is, the Broadwing finally taken care of. And in this case now, the Wounded White Flame is the next target of Lear's resources, of his game plan here. He has all the tools he needs to work with. He just needs the stats really and the, you know, the unit to become quite threatening for this to all go through. We've seen the Zenith Blade, Cataclysm, the double rally is already available, Soul Combat, another Zenith Blade even. So it's all about this Wounded White Flame surviving and able to really carry the game here for Lear.
Yeah, the recipe is in the hand, and Pyoro picked up the Crescent Strike, but that does not save you from Cataclysm. We've got Assembly Line now to go even wider, but picks up the Unlicensed Innovation. Says it's better to have one big unit that I can put Overwhelm on with the Winding Light rather than going wide. My board is already wide enough, and right now, Pyoro's just looking for, again, the Winding Light. We're looking for Aphelios, maybe as well for Gravitum to get a much bigger swing through. I wonder if the Pale Cascade will be pre-assigned just to draw a card, or if there is just going to be like a gem Pale Cascade open swing. The Flame Chompers makes this attack look so beautiful, and Lear needs to be very proactive. If we go for Cataclysm immediately, we're doubling up on the Faded proc, which feels kind of bad, but if we can snipe this Flame Chompers, it gives us much better defending potential.
Would have been very interesting for him to pick up the Transmogulator if he would have found it from the Pharaoh's Financier to have as a way to really just when you know it really goes down to there's no bashing in this list. So once the moment you're really getting hit for something a chunkable size of your Nexus where you're actually in danger and you know your opponent has dipped many resources into this unit, then you can transform it. But unfortunately, does not find it in the pool of cards that was shown there.
That could be a really cheeky tech, like running like a Piltover Tellstone, gives you Aftershock versus like Landmark decks, and then Progress Day if you ever are super desperate to reload and maybe find some emergency burn. But Pyoro just going for the standard game plan, focusing all in on this wide swarm. But with only 2 copies of Winding Light, it's becoming very difficult to consistently convert this into a win.
There's a faded proc from Stolen Combat, a 2-for-1 kill around the side, trying to make sure he's not getting hit for too much damage, because at the end of the day, there is kind of a more aggressive possibility with the Winding Light being included in this list now for Targon, and now 10 HP on the Nexus for Lear. He has to be careful. Usually, you know, these decks with PNZ and Targon are very slow, they don't really have a way to push a lot of, you know, pressure unless you're invoking certain win conditions, but now it's a bit different with this current build of the deck.
Golden Aegis comes through. Crescent Strike is the answer. Lear can still double dip on this Overwhelm with the Cataclysm if you so choose. Aphelios hitting the board. We have Gravitum as well to keep this White Flame locked in place. The only thing Lear needs to win is getting a second Cataclysm, I think. So that way your stunned unit can still enter combat and make use of this Overwhelm.
And there it is, Cataclysm. With a stun unit, you are able, of course, to continue dealing damage despite the unit being stunned. Very intuitive, as we all know.
The interaction that everybody knows and loves. And we'll see if Pyoro, like I said, is going to go for this Pale Cascade for draw or not. It's like you can very easily squeeze through 1 extra damage onto the Nexus somewhere, but when your board is this wide, your Nexus health is low, your opponent has this big Overwhelm threat available, you might need to start digging through the deck as quickly as you can and finding the Winding Light.
There it is, the Aphelios now being killed off the moment he comes down, the moment he thought he was safe. It wasn't the case, though. There was 4 mana available for Lear, and 3 is all he needed to pull off the Cataclysm. Get some extra stats now as well onto the Wounded White Flame, but that will be, you know, it for its service until a second Cataclysm is able to be found here, because the Gravitum will keep it stunned for this next attack turn and the next defense turn as well. So 1 less defender possibly for what could be an attempt at a kill from Pyoro if he's able to redevelop.
So there's the stun carrying over to the next round. Because of the rally, Lear was about to receive that attack token that just cuts off the open attack with that very deadly Overwhelm. And it looks like Lear's fishing for it. Bright Steel Protector into Pale Cascade to draw 1 card. We could find that Cataclysm. Pyoro still trying to develop and go wide. Unlicensed Innovation summons a 5/5. For some reason, I thought it was a 6/6. Rest in peace. What a terrible card. And a draw, no Cataclysm. There's only 2 copies of it in Lear's deck, so it's going to be a tall order to find that final one.
And the hand for Pyoro, not looking too hot anymore, can do is the same and try and fish for a little bit more fuel with that Pale Cascade, and just opt to go into the next turn instead and see what he's able to find off the natural top deck. But seemed like to be running out of fuel just a little bit here at the end, where he's going to need something to try and close out this game before kind of the inevitable happens, where that Cataclysm is found from Lear.
And let me tell you, Panda, if that Unlicensed Innovation was Assembly Line, we'd have 2 3/3s here. Things would be looking a little bit spookier when it comes to getting that wide attack. But again, at the time, it looked like Pyoro was going to have a pretty full board leading up to this turn. And the 2 copies of the Winding Light is also hurting Pyoro, because we're missing out on that final win condition when we really need it. The chips are down. We've got 3 damage worth of burn at the very least. I really do like Pale Cascade. Maybe we can find a Flame Chomper as well to slam down and really set up a beautiful open attack. There's
Pale
3
Cascade
main deck.
It could be extra stats next turn as well if you get overwhelmed on all these units with the Winding Light. It could be a way to push a bit more damage where it's unexpected from Lear. So Yeah, it's going to be awkward having to wait here. Going to have to gem up first instead, and then Pill Cascade now to activate the Nightfall effect. Trying to share the stats as best as possible.
Oh, there's the Winding Light!
Oh.
So we can develop it here, and this is all in. Did you get the second Cataclysm?
Can get the second pill to get some extra stats as well. And then next turn, but once the attack is committed from Lear, can play and get excited if he still needs it for the extra 3 damage. So
it's Sharp Sight on the Wounded White Flame into Pale Cascade to draw a card to get second Cataclysm, and I believe that snipes through on the 2 HP target, yes?
I'm not sure you have enough stats to stop all of this damage. Unless you find interaction off the Pill Cascade. Doesn't find it, it's just a unit. Blind and Mystic does something here in terms of silencing.
Yeah, we can take away one overwhelmed target, but that's just going to be way too much damage coming through, right? If Wounded White Flame blocks the Winding Light, so you nullify the damage there, your 5/5 gets to block one more, and then you're taking 9. And then Get Excited should be able to finish it off in the next round. Actually, we have one Pale Cascade, so if Lear doesn't have, like, again, another combat trick, then it is, I think, going to be exactly lethal for Pyoro here. And it just depends on whether or not, Pyoro is going to respect the single combats, which Lear's running 3 copies of.
Yeah, the 5/5, I mean, still a 5/5 that you have to block,
True.
kind of.
True,
it's
true,
not like
true.
it disappears, not like it gets stunned from the silence effect. So, yeah, as you mentioned, exactly one off. Pill Cascade can remedy this, and there's nothing else that can be done from hand here from Lear to interact with that Pill Cascade. So it will be lethal directly on through combat. You had the just in case with Get Excited that really couldn't, nothing could be done about it unless you get like double guiding touch in a row off the top deck next turn. So all in all, it is a GG for Pyoro. A very good game 1. Was able to control the threats early on, where that Saga Seeker. Oh.
Yeah, and Pyoro, again, isn't going to pre-commit the Pale Cascade, just in case there was a single combat that was creeping. Because Lear, that's all Lear cares about, is surviving at 1 HP.
Oh.
And so now we have enough mana for the rally.
Oh.
And this Wounded White Flame is big. So you had to pick your poison there. Do they have the rally, or is there a single combat? Pyoro did not commit the Pale Cascade.
Too much respect. You gotta
Too
learn
much respect.
to not respect your opponents, to tell them, I don't care what you have, you throw down the pill and you just win the game. But not the case. It looked like there, the Cataclysm, or the rally effect there, unexpected possibly from Pyoro, and that's game ending. I mean, sometimes players go too far in their thought process and don't respect players a bit too much, play a bit too safe, say, oh, if I do this they might have this. But it's really an information game. You have to really be reading out on how your opponent is reacting to certain things, and maybe Pyoro had a read there that there was something that was being saved from Lear, but it loses in the game. So pretty devastating.
Yeah, because if you go for single combat and Lear has to single combat, you Pale Cascade and then single combat, it still deals its damage to the White Flame, so it's taking more overwhelm damage from the Winding Light. So you still come out like in the same direction there.
It would have died, right? Single combat, whatever it
just
kills.
tunnel visioning too hard around the having the burn in hand with the Get Excited and saying, well, if my opponent's accepting this combat, I don't want to do anything to disrupt, what I'm already receiving.
The White Flame trades with would kill the White Flame as well. So that would, even if that was the case, that's not a bad case scenario. There's no threat anymore, and you still have 8 HP on your Nexus. So
yeah,
I think definitely could have been a different line for Pyoro, but you live and you learn. It's important to get into these games and live these experiences, and then next time say, hey, I'm just go all in. I'm gonna do the NA special and just slot in the card that I need the card that I need to win when you have the win right there. But we're in game 2 now. Pyoro's still in the same deck, still Zoe on turn 1 as we saw last game, and Akshan Saber now for Lear.
Yeah, Zoe on 1, still off to a fantastic start. Has the Aphelios a lot earlier now, so Calibrum and Gravitum is going to allow Pyoro to maintain a lot of board control as we head through the mid game. Lear just has to take it slow, float mana, get their combat tricks up before really putting any threat down. this build of Akshan Sivir only has 1 copy of Single Combat, but 3 copies of Concerted Strike. So if Lear is able to get set up, they will certainly remain that way.
Zoe now double dipping. Gets 2 different super cool start charts. So really good start for Pyoro in terms of the value game if this goes long, which, you know, it usually does with Akshan Sivir. At least it turns 6, 7, or 8. And that is where the value game will come in from the landmark on one side, from the Warlord's Palace and Horde, and from just the different invokes and different kind of long-term plans that Zoe and Aphelios offer to this deck.
And here we go. Sivir is also, with Sivir Akshan, like, look at this hand. The all-star cast, the crew is here. We're literally just looking for a Concerted Strike or a Golden Aegis, and this hand becomes immensely threatening. With Merciless Hunter now answering this Aphelios, it's not going to get that long-term value you're hoping for, but being able to phase into Gravitum is going to be great at the start of the next round, potentially.
Have a chance to keep this alive if you wish to with Sharpsight or with the Absolver, but I think those are definitely not tools you would want to waste just to keep this Vagabond alive at a 1 or 2 HP threshold.
Yeah, so Aphelios goes down. We have Mystic Shot to maybe try to save the Moon Boy here. Pyoro recognizes how powerful the Moon weapons are in this matchup in the single combat. The Sharpsight does come through to make this trade complete.
And now, much more impactful being used in this case to actually guarantee the trade with Aphelios, which is a champion that we all know can definitely snowball out of control and has just a great toolbox of different moon weapons to be able to utilize for lifesteal, for even Gravitum in this case, in this matchup, I think especially.
And Pyoro has options, tons of options. We've got the Boom Baboon into the Sump Dredger to get a Flame Chompers down, get a bunch of threat potential, but Pyoro's just actually going to take the free attack, dealing a little bit more chip damage, discounting the star chart. That seems a bit too slow for my taste.
You didn't read the deck guide, Skarzik? You win the game by attacking on 20 turns with Zoe for 1 damage each turn.
Oh yeah, you have your opponent on the 20 turn clock with the Zoe development.
It's really effective, really effective. You get a lot of super cool star charts, so just really super cool game plan.
Yeah, like goes for the line here with Boom Baboon, Sump Dredger, Flame Chomper, and because you're developing the Flame Chomper, if your opponent's developing defensively, you still have so much like damage being pushed through and threat potential on top of this. It looks like Pyoro is truly focusing on getting a wide board set up into Winding Light, isn't trying to do any sort of chip damage. This is going to be some sort of weird OTK idea, it seems that Pyoro is looking towards here.
So we're now coming down on turn 6. Spell Shield always going to be a problem for Pyoro, who has different tools to kind of answer her to some extent, but has to get through that Spell Shield first.
We've got another Boom Baboon for the threat of 2nd Flame Chomper thanks to the Poro Cannon. So we still have so much wide damage potential being threatened, and Pyoro's just not pushing right now. There could even be Gravitum, so we can stun the Recurrent Bruiser, and then it's stunned at the start of the next round into your attack token. This is glorious right now. There's so much damage potential being presented for Pyoro. He just has to reach out and grab it, Panda.
Sivir's reaching out first with her Spell Shield quick attack and seeing, who dares block here. I think you might want to block in this case, or you definitely want to block, considering you're going to have ways to refuel your board anyway, in case you do have Winding Light, and you want to leave a spot open for Winding Light anyway for turn 7. If it was in hand, though, it's not quite in hand just yet.
Yeah, we can block with the Mountain Goat, get a gem. We still have mana for Gravitum and the other Boom Baboon. I don't like getting rid of the Sump Dredger, though, because that's like a lot of attack power. I guess if you think you can get away with Mystic Shotting on the Recurrent Bruiser.
Considering the overall game plan, leaving the Bruiser at 1 HP is kind of the same thing as having less or more attack on your side, if that makes sense.
True. And we've got Gravitum as well, so it wasn't really going to be part of the equation for the next turn, potentially. I guess Pyoro is maybe not going for this aggressive line, playing very defensively, playing very value-oriented, and just is going to save the Crescent Strike and the Gravitum in order to stop like rally turns later on in the game. I feel that this could be it's a very murky line. I'm trying to like kind of read the line, gaze into the future, and I can't see how this properly ends the game. Lear sitting very healthy as we get into the later stages of the game where Sivir Akshan truly begins to shine.
Lear healthy, Sivir also very healthy, 5 HP now, makes sure that much more difficult to deal with even once the spell shield is taken out. The HP now is you know, you can't just do it through damage alone for the most part. You'd be wasting too much burn doing so. It would have to be some kind of invoke, obliterate type effect possibly coming in and dealing with her.
The Zoe is getting closer and closer towards leveling up. This is a pretty spooky outcome. Whenever we play these Zoe decks, we kind of just think about them as they get a super cool star chart, and then eventually they're forced to block or your opponent kills. But with this deck's ability to play so many cheap cards, you can suddenly level up the Zoe before your opponent can truly respond. And to plan this far ahead for a Zoe level up win condition is certainly not something I was expecting to see, Panda.
Mystic Shot coming in first. We have seen one before, so Zoe, assume also has seen it. Would not count towards her progression. 8 out of 10, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken. Poro Cannon we haven't seen played yet, so that would activate at burst speed, but we need one more play that's unique.
Yeah, so we've got Dusk Petal Dust, super cool star chart still available. Ferris Financier, also clutch. And I think technically even playing the Flame Chompers out of the hand directly would count, and then we get AoE Challenger, which would be very cute.
Or Burn being used here to take down units. Again, same answer, Mystic Shot, and now the Sharp Edge there once again to save this Bruiser, and also now to have a blocker for the Zoe. Can block now elusive, so I guess it's maybe an information game where you want to know if there was that sharp side or not. That's one way to do it, but the Warlord's Palace also flipping in this case, and just the Relic of Power now available for Lear.
Yeah, so now you can predict draw, get you know, another answer, another response here. Look for that Golden Aegis maybe to force some pressure back onto Pyoro. Get this board narrowed down. The Recurrent Bruiser being alive means that if you do go for a AoE elusive swing, Recurrent Bruiser still has its choice of what it would like to block. And who knows if Pyoro is trying to find a line where you force Lear to spend as much as possible and then get completely scooped up by this Crescent Strike. Down 2 blockers into an AoE swing.
Pyoro trying to get probably the Zoe level up and elusive to the rest of this board is probably, I mean, there's no other keywords to give really without the Winding Light. You have to get a bit more creative with your the line you want to take to try and win the game and actually push damage, considering the stats on these units are not really all that on Pyro's side.
We could have Bright Steel Protector on the Recurrent Bruiser, so that way we have our blocker that's giving us a lucky find, but goes for the Preservarium, is trying to draw for something specific, and Gravitum comes through, getting rid of that elusive blocker, and trying to find the line for Zoe here. AoE elusive is being presented, but that is only 10 damage. That could be just enough to set up for burn, but without the AoE buff of Winding Light, it gives Lear perhaps a little bit too many opportunities to crack back with a rally or just with an absolve or finisher.
Will be now the Poro Cannon will get the 10th, I believe. I guess. Oh, there's a Winding Light. A bit late, but it is there. Still have mana for the Poro here. There's still the option for Pyoro to have this kind of surprise element, and you have now a bit more damage with the Sun Trader coming in as well.
So, if we discard the Flame Chomper, it goes away. So you're losing whatever card you discard, but the Daring Poro will be the 10th card for Zoe. Get that AoE keyword share. And now we've got a lot more damage being presented. We can overwrite the Flame Chomper, and that is going to be 14 out of 17. Pretty respectable.
And no sharp sight in hand here. Pyro might think there might be one, but for now doesn't know it. And maybe that missing shot was kind of the bait to get some information from how many sharp sights were in hand. And now he's stunned the unit that had the sharp sight block. So there are going to be no blockers now for any of these elusive units. We're going to see it now. Poro Cannon comes in. Everyone on the board is elusive. No blockers whatsoever. No sharp sight in hand. Absolver can't do anything here. So a lot of damage being pushed through. Some burn was kind of wasted already as removal, and you're going to maybe miss that coming into this next turn where your opponent's only at 2 HP, so a bit unfortunate. There's still a chance to find a get excited possibly from Pyro.
Yeah, using the Mystic Shot to scout and eat the sharp sights, does it maybe translates to a little bit more damage overall, because you had the Gravitum anyway, right, to just take the current bruiser kind of out of the equation. So it's really hard to say what line is correct. That there's just a lot of combat tricks and ideas to account for in these sorts of matchups, right? Because again, Lear does have like a copy of Quicksand. There is one copy of Cataclysm, things like that. So overall, I think that at 2 HP and you sitting at 20, you're still feeling pretty confident, because the Gravitum was also used this turn. The Recurrent Bruiser is going to be stunned as we head into the next round. So Lear's counter swing is going to be even more underwhelming.
There you go. Going to overwrite the Bruiser that's just out of contention for the next 2 rounds, so it can't really do anything. And this is, of course, going to come down to maybe just this last round here from Lear because of the 2 HP on his Nexus. Now finds the sharp side, but a bit too late. Could have saved some damage last turn.
Overwriting the Bruiser is, very all in, right? Because if you top deck a Cataclysm or a Concerted Strike, you can still get lucky finds off of the Bruiser and assign them to Sivir and maybe get that keyword share. Like AoE Fearsome or something would really hurt Pyoro's ability to block. But instead just overwrites it, as you said, Panda, because it's stunned and not going to be part of this equation. We're hoping for the ability to force a trade down and somehow find a way to stop any elusive or burn damage coming through in the next round. But the Winding Light is still there.
And of course, considering the possible hand from Lear, I think Pyro understood that if he was to play a Mystic Shot last round on that Bruiser, it would have to be a sharp side that saved it. It wouldn't be Absolver, because you want to use Absolver offensively on this turn to end the game yourself. That's kind of the line of thought. So actually a pretty good play, and did work out pretty well until this point. Taking damage now for Lear, but not quite enough to really make this all that threatening. Can push a bit more with sharp side, but there's no rally effect. There's no chance to double down here onto this attack just yet.
Yeah, because Lear was playing very defensively. The Sivir leveling up doesn't get the full overwhelm share down the line, and Pyro sitting at a very comfortable 11. Your only worry from this point is perhaps a Golden Aegis, but Ferris Financier finds the True Shot Barrage.
The truest of shots. We haven't seen a True Shot Barrage finisher in a very long time, if ever, in Fight Night. So somehow, Skarsgård, every new edition of Fight Night, something completely new happens. In this case,
Reggie's got what you need. The True Shot Barrage. Here comes now the super cool star chart, finding more answers. Gets the messenger for card draw. Can we find a Mystic Shot off of this? It's the second Winding Light. And yeah, now we're just going wide. 6v4. AoE elusive off of that second Daring Poro. Pyro doesn't need to take any chances. You just go for this open attack right now to close out and take game number 2 and bring us all the way to game number 3.
Wait, I hyped up the True Shot Barrage finisher and it didn't happen. Oh no, I'm a fraud and a liar and these players have put me on the spot. Next time I won't say anything. I was trying to hype up a new moment, Skarsgård, but it backfired terribly.
I mean, that's usually my job, Panda, so I appreciate you giving me a little bit of a break. But the game 2 came through. I definitely have to give a lot of respect to the Zoe line. We were like, whoa, this seems a bit too slow. This seems too defensive. But, we have forgotten that most decks do live in fear of level 2 Zoe. We don't see it as often as we used to, but that keyword share is devastating.
That being said, the Broadwing not being found at all in the early game is what allowed that to happen. I think, there are, of course, ways to deal with that to some extent, but it's unusual to have a Zoe level up and take control of the game like that against a deck like Akshan Sivir, and it's a problem for a reason. Demacia doesn't have maybe the right tools to deal with a full elusive board, for example, or all the shenanigans that Zoe level 2 invites into a game.
There was probably a nice middle ground where you could have put a bit more aggression onto your line, playing towards Zoe's level, attack on the Zoe rather than develop. It looked like there was a lot more damage being threatened there, for example. And he gets a nice free attack on turn 1, 2 damage to the Nexus, 1 tick for the Ravenbloom Conservatory that is in the hand. And now it's just going to come down to how much removal can we draw to keep Lear from getting too much pressure on the board and setting up a rally to truly end the game before you get to your Panda.
Talking about pressure, Akshan on turn 2, the king of pressure for any good Akshan Sivir player. Finds it on turn 2, plays it on turn 2, and a very good start for Lear. Has a Sivir in hand, has a different diverse set of tools in terms of spells as well to deal with different scenarios throughout the rest of this game. So overall, I think can be happy with this hand for Lear. Pioro on the other side, a bit heavy with the Riptide Rex, a bit too early on.
Wow. Yeah. And so here we go. Annie just taking another big swing. It's actually very hard for Lear to risk blocking the Annie, because if there's any follow-up removal combined with the Molten Shield, she's still going to be just removing her blocker. And so Lear is basically exchanging Nexus HP in order to get a wider board and keep things safe.
Now the pressure continues to mount here. Awakening Sands potentially coming down. Lear threatening with it for now.
And yeah, we've got Zap Spray Fin to get through a lot more chip damage. And this is something that, TF Swain could do, but wasn't very consistent at doing, is being very aggressive in the matchups where it needed to be. If you were in a moment like this, there was not much you could do. TF red card comes through, wipes out the 2 Treasure Seekers, and now Pioro has the option to do what a lot of decks like to do, where you use the red card and then you immediately just block with the Twisted Fate and set up for your second red card.
A Make It Rain here would be Chef's Kiss, but instead it's Death's Hand onto just the Akshan. Had the chance to go for the triple, not triple double, just a triple. Killing off the Akshan, killing off the Sandstorm Charger, and taking out the Spell Shield from the Sivir, but unfortunately no Make It Rain in hand. Would have been a great play for Pioro.
As we head into the next round, however, the Make It Rain 1 round too late. We've got Zap Spray Fin now to attune and draw 1. Annie is about to level up, and she actually becomes a massive threat once she does, because her Molten Shield now stuns her blocker, and it means it doesn't matter if you've got the buffs and the combat tricks, you aren't going to be able to interact with this small fire starting child. Goes for the single, has to call it out here. What was the progress on Annie? She's like 5 out of 6 or 4 out of 6 here.
I think 4 out of 6 would probably be the correct assumption, but
yeah,
looks like
4 out of 6 means it's not enough to put 2 spells on the stack to get that level up. Really unfortunate. She did a lot of damage, but missing out on that Tibbers, losing that stun, does put a damper on Pioro's mid game.
An attack here from the Zaps Raven. Obviously, Pioro very much aware of the card Sharpsight existing in the deck for Lear, who was evident last game. And in this case, even if the Sivir is there to block with Sharpsight, she will be damaged, and that will enable a few more options in terms of Ravenous Flock, for example, in the turn after. So we'll see how this ends up. First, you have to deal with the Spell Shield, of course. Make It Rain is one very good way of doing it, but you want to, for the most part, hit more units first. And seems like Flock comes out right away.
Interesting. Goes for the Flock right now because it's cheap. Pops the Spell Shield.
I'm not sure if that's what Pioro was maybe going for. I'm not sure if he, with the Sharpsight glowy effect, he wasn't aware Spell Shield was still, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, the thing too is we might be trying to set up a Disintegrate play, but it's always risky to go for removal plus Disintegrate versus Shurima because of Rite of Negation. Again, Lear's on 2 copies. That's going to be a huge deal. We do have the option to, just develop a Arachnoid Sentry, very clutch top deck, to stun the Sivir, get your Ravenbloom Conservatory accelerated. Tibalt coming down next turn. This is the key moment to do it. You're not under a lot of pressure. And then once you get your boosted damage, you're looking real fine. But takes the risk. I worried that Piora wouldn't want to go for this because of Rite of Negation. But after going for the Ravenous Flock last turn, now has the Disintegrate plus the Make It Rain to KO the Sivir, finds the line, and Lear does not have the answer.
If you if there was a Rite of Negation, that would make it so that you can also play Rally Effect this turn, so it would be fine in the end. Obviously not ideal, but worst case scenario, you still don't die on this turn.
Yeah, that is very true. I wonder if Lear wants to have that level of pressure and rallying. We're only on 7. You know, there is a world, with 1 more mana, you go for the Broadwing and the Waking Sands into a rally to push a little bit more, but...
Lear has a chance to redevelop another Sivir. Sivir 2, Spell Shield Boogaloo. So a chance to have another threat ready to go for, not next round, but the one after that. And I guess with Rally Effect, it's still going to be somewhat threatening.
Sivir, Broadwing. We know that Pioro really, really wants to play the Tibalt. And getting the threat of getting punished by a rally is just kind of, a little bit too much to bear, I think, at that point. Going to pre-commit the Arachnoid Sentry to pop this Spell Shield. Doesn't worry about floating the mana for Tibalt. There are no spells to take advantage of that. Just wants to maintain the blockers. Tibalt going to buff the Arachnoid Sentry to a 4/2 as well. So we could see a line where if Lear does not immediately play the Golden Aegis, then Tibalt into swing to try to keep the board clear could be a line.
See, Tibalt does come down. The inevitability has begun. Everything in the deck now, so much more effective, including Riptide Rex, including Make It Rain now. Essentially, doubling the damage that Make It Rain does to each different target. So there are definitely cards that benefit more from this kind of full deck buff from Tibalt.
We just have to stay alive. Pioro doesn't have Blade's Edge, unfortunately, to pop this barrier and really force through some damage. Without a buff, Tibalt could still swing in just to push damage, but I think that Pioro is just going to need to defend as much as possible.
See if the Annie comes down from Pioro, just in case you might be able to get like a Disintegrate from the champ spell from Annie being on the board. I guess not. Yeah, not yet, obviously, with the Broadwing very much on the prowl.
Yeah, so here it is. Shares the barrier, shares the quick attack. This Broadwing gets to trade for free. You don't want to respond to this at all in case there is another combat trick or an Absolver here to push even more damage. Is it lethal? Actually?
Next turn? Oh, because of the Absolver.
Yeah, because Pioro's not going to commit any blockers. There is Relic of Power. You could look for something else. There's only 2 copies of Golden Aegis, so there's not like the chance of getting another rally.
Charger would definitely, force a block at the very least, which would be lethal next turn if not. So, yeah, tough position. You have to play the Annie now. Just throw her away to get one less, just one more blocker taken out in this exchange.
Yeah, with Pioro basically out of mana, there's no reason not to keep developing even further. And we have the Sandstone Charger summon. Yes, that is going to be the lethal.
Ultra offensive double Sandstone Charger, 1 on each flank, making sure that this cavalry will ride into the sunset with a win for Lear. Nothing you can do for Pioro. No mana, no options available to stop all the damage coming through. Shenimo comes through, and Lear will be in our grand finals, whereas Pioro has to work his way to the losers bracket semis and losers bracket final to try and make it back up for a rematch.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again. These Noxus Bilgewater, Noxus P&Z, when you have to put so much extra effort into removing things through the spell shield, through all the buffs and the HP, you just run out of resources. And as soon as Sivir Akshan recognizes that you are no longer up to the task of controlling their board, they immediately close out the game.
And there are tempo efficient ways to deal with spell shield that you can kind of get that little extra and you're still fine. TF red card, for example, make it rain. But we mentioned it, if there was a make it rain in that one turn, instead it was top deck the next turn after that one. So some things could have definitely gone differently. But as you mentioned, I think the key highlight here and the key feeling watching as a spectator is that you were dealing with server spell shields very inefficiently, kind of wasting flock, for example, wasting certain tools you wanted to have for the late game. So overall, I think that was the biggest downside. They were just a little bit too sticky to deal with this deck, or at least with the hand that was given to Pyoro in this game 3.
And so now with that match concluded, we will now take a look at how the rest of the bracket went when we weren't looking. Lear taking down Pyoro is exactly what Jinden wanted to happen, because that was the player that had sent Jinden to the lower bracket. And so now Jinden has to fight Hash, and we'll see Jinden still going to have to find that rematch in the lower bracket against that counter lineup to get to the grand finals.
And a very interesting lineup or matchup there as well for any geography fans, because they're actually in the same peninsula, the Arabian Peninsula. Jinden is playing from Riyadh, from Saudi Arabia, and Hash is from Oman. So quite close, maybe not neighbors, but closer than, I guess, any other matchup they would have in Fight Night. So very interesting there. We'll see who ends up taking that one, but that will be it for this round. And we'll be going to a very quick break, and we'll be back with some more Fight Night action. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends. Honestly, this bracket has been very jam-packed. We've got some classic lineups, some classic decks, but a lot of new ideas being presented here, trying to find their way in this new metagame. So I'm glad to see some more archetypes, actually being tried and tested here in Giant Slayer. We talk a lot about how the Fight Night is great for new up-and-coming players to kind of get that tournament experience, but it's also great for new and up-and-coming decks and archetypes.
That's very true. We've seen a lot of testing, a lot of experimenting being done, and kind of Echo Zillion kind of is, maybe this is one of the tournament settings where it was able to prove a lot and change the minds of many players. That's one of the more clear examples from, I think, the recent metas. But Jinden also has brought some interesting stuff. We haven't seen his lineup yet today, so we're going to look at that after introducing the players, of course. Hash versus Jinden. Hash, the first and only player to qualify from Oman into the seasonals, into Fight Night as well. Maybe the only player from Oman that is currently competing in LoR at a high level. Very possible also. But a very good player. It's one that came into the scene maybe 6-8 months ago and qualified to that first seasonal, and then now has really ramped up his participation and his involvement in the community and in the competitive scene the past few months. So very cool to have him on the scene, and has definitely done a great job. And Jinden, more recent, I think, in the past few Fight Nights, has become a back-to-back champion and has really proven a lot with Lurk, with kind of all kinds of different lineups. And maybe this one today also going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, Jinden just trying to continue that line, trying to continue that dominance, trying to get the three-peat, right? Even though we've had a lot of Fight Night champions that have gotten a lot of overall wins, it's still only been Marcus that's managed to win 3 in a row. So Jinden is, still trying to pop off, to get sent to the lower bracket. But we're going to take a quick look at what Jinden did bring, because this is still Annie Jin, right? Sticking with a very aggressive slant. And this is a deck that players have kind of cooled off on, where it was farming a lot of stuff, when it first hit the scene, because players just weren't prepared for its damage output. Now that, decks have really adapted to not get farmed by rear guard in the early game, we're seeing a lot more like 2-1s and stuff like that. It had to also adapt in turn, change not only its recipe slightly, but also its game plan in order to find those wins. And ironically, even though the overall win rate is pretty mediocre, it is one of those decks that there are still a small handful of dedicated players that are still putting up those very strong 55, 56% win rates that the deck was enjoying previously.
I mean, if the developers put a champion in the game with your name, you kind of have to play it, right? In the case of Jinden, there's not really decision to make there. So despite it being good or bad, his destiny is already set forward from the moment Jin came into the game, and the moment this is really his only shell that he was able to call home in Runeterra. The cards are on the table. There's no other decision to make there. So you just have to do the best that you can with a deck like this one, and that's what Jinden will try and prove to us today. I think this is the version that I think statistically has been accepted as the more refined or best version of this deck, at least with Annie and Jin, with the Sunhawks, with the one of Sentry, and everything else. I think is pretty self-explanatory why these cards are included. Just the best, most effective cards in either aggro or in kind of the skill on the stack game plan.
And we also combine that with the Misfortune Twisted Fate Pirates, right? The new build of Pirates where the Gangplank got retired, and now we've got Twisted Fate, the red card allowing you to tempo your opponent's board down when they're trying to find value trades, get that extra damage on the Nexus, or just blue card if you're looking for that final little bit of burn you might need. Also, somehow finds the way to squeeze in the Sigil of Malice. Even if you got to pay 1 extra mana for it, having the potential for burn or the tempo of a slightly worse Mystic Shot can translate to so much more damage over the course of the game, especially in the early turns if you get your forbidden double Corsair or double Rearguard developments.
Yeah, very cute card. Actually, at the very start of this expansion, I faced Thomas on the ladder. We were both playing Annie Jin. I don't know who ended up winning that game, but he had Sigil of Malice as his final top deck to beat me, I think it was actually. And I was like, oh, this is an interesting card to have in a bird deck. And I actually was playing one copy of it as well. Instead of the Arachnid Sentry we saw on the list from Jin, it was the same list, just one copy of Sigil of Malice. A very cute card, especially when you don't know your opponent's deck list. It can be a surprise to have that kind of lethal.
No. The third aggro deck, a lot of players have opted for Scion to fill that role. Maybe, the Targon Zoe Winding Light could maybe go in this slot, but Jinden has opted for forbidden, ancient technology coming back to the forefront. A championless burn brew with the Ravenbloom Conservatory.
This is the only deck that deserves the name Burn, because every single card in this list is trying to burn down your Nexus. There's no extra utility. There's no extra good value, you know, attacker with Overwhelm. No. Every single card here, I guess Rearguard is the one exception, but he's been burned, I think, in his face, right? It looks like so.
Yeah.
I think that one counts as well.
No, Rearguard is 1 mana, deal 3. You just have to flip the coin at the beginning of the game to see if it connects or not.
I think the rear of that army was, you know, under some heavy fire for sure. Doesn't look too happy to be on the battlefield. But he'll do his best, of course, as every game, as every aggro player knows. He is a very loyal attacker, as Skarzik mentioned, that, you know, always tries to push through damage early on. We did miss a few of the bans there, actually, but we are seeing for sure Jinden will be playing the Annie Jin deck to start things off. And it will be the one, the only, the much beloved Thralls from Hash.
So the thing about Thralls is it feels pretty comfortable versus aggro. However, in a tournament setting, we've seen some Thralls players tech for a bit more of a control and value-oriented stance. Fortunately for Hash, he is on the 1 Avalanche, the triple Kindly Tavern Keeper, double Rite of Negation, and triple Sands of Time. So a lot of defense here, a lot of anti-aggro technology. It comes down to whether or not you can draw it, whether or not it's going to be too slow. Tusk Speaker and Annie already dealing a lot of damage in the opening turns, and they're going to do a little bit more work before this Blighted Ravine has a chance to put a stop to it.
And for anyone who may have missed Hash's lineup from earlier into the tournament, it's going to be Thralls, Riven, Fizz, and the third deck will be Trundle Timelines. Actually, a favorite of mine, to be honest. Timeline's always very, very fun, but in this case, Thralls is the deck that has been chosen first, and we'll check out the bans later on to see what exactly isn't available for this matchup.
Yeah, Harbinger just gets to swing back in. And this is a matchup where, you know, Jinden's not caring about the HP. Sometimes when you're playing a mid-game plan, you still have to respect the two drops and things that are still dealing some chip damage, because that can be the difference between whether or not you survive the Thrall swing. Sunhawk finding a beautiful target here to stun the blocker and threaten tons of damage. And you said it right, Panda, that Sunhawk wasn't in the original builds, but as they were forced to adapt a little bit more and find ways to push through damage, Sunhawk became that idea of, I get to stun something and immediately set up like a bonkers swing. 7 damage being put onto the Nexus. Another skill for Annie's level up. And also, big shout out to Sunhawk's artwork there.
Stunhawk does it again. Comes in clutch on the offense. Usually probably thought about as a you know, control-y tool with the Daylight package that has not seen light of day in a long time in Runeterra. But instead, you readapt. You say, you know, if I can't find a home in the Daylight with my people, I will move on to an aggressive list with Annie and Jin and try my best to be included.
When it comes to, you know, Annie Jin, sometimes you just draw that critical mass of burn that you're looking for, and even if your opponent has the tools, they just simply don't have the time to actually use them. So here we go. Imagine possibilities being run, being cashed in right now. Hash trying to bait out one more development from Jinden, and even floats the mana. Doesn't want to go for the Ravine yet. Could go for it now, just to keep Jinden from developing this turn. But now that you're at 8 HP, Jinden doesn't mind if I don't get to play any more units for the rest of the game. I just need decimates and fervors in order to win, and Hash is empty on the Rite of Negation.
Kind of have to play the Talia this turn if you have it, though, so maybe Jinden very happy to see a Ravine come down instead, using up the unit mana where you can't copy the landmark, the Thrall right now before it pops. So and again, 8 HP is a very dangerous place to be if you don't have, you know, Tavern Keeper and that we're seeing it. Talia kind of forced to come down on this turn if you want to get the effect off before the landmark is able to pop. And now this leaves Hash at the mercy of what could be a Decimate coming in for 5 mana on this turn. an open attack next turn, followed by, you know, a host of different other spells in hand that could deal direct damage to the Nexus.
We have time in a bottle at the very least to get one of these thralls out. Have the 8/8 push through some damage, even if Jinden doesn't block. Drops down to 8. Both players at even HP. The Thrall's deck does have a surprising amount of burn with, again, the ice shards from Lysandra. That's really what we're looking for, is the Lysandra to put tough on the Nexus, make it a little bit harder for Jinden to find that over-the-top damage. But now that we've got Annie leveled up, who's going to be translating into stuns here, and extra damage directly to the Nexus, Tibbers to maybe stop what could be an open attack, I think that Jinden was able to find the line after all.
Very excited to see Tibbers come down onto the board. Potentially going to be able to stun maybe in the next round to be able to get some more damage into the Nexus, potentially. And very patiently waiting for that Panda Tibbers skin leaks.
We're looking for it. Come on, Riot. We know that they want to monetize the Decimate. Also off the top, there is no right of negation to stop this. Taking advantage of that immediately. And now we've got 5v4 on the open swing. 1 damage coming from Legion Saboteur. And just a little bit more needs to come through on top. Oh, also Jin. GG's.
Jin showing up from hand. Also wanting to be included in this victory lap. And can Hash stop this damage from coming through? I'm not too sure. Has 3 sisters, but I guess Entomb.
Yeah, you've got to Entomb Annie to stop the Molten Shield, and there is still exact lethal because of the Saboteur and Jin.
And that's going to be Jinden making it work with Annie Jin, the deck that everyone has written off in this current meta, saying it's terrible against the deck that everyone, you know, is scared and complaining about, Thralls. So sometimes decks are able to, you know, break out of their mold and become contenders, Skarzik.
I mean, the Blighted Ravine was there, wasn't cashed in. Hash was looking for just a little bit more value and flew too close to the sun. You think that Annie Jin has to develop against you and keep attacking and swinging willy-nilly, but if once they get enough early damage like we saw, especially with that beautiful Sunhawk turn to push through so much damage, it was like, okay, now I don't need to develop into Blighted Ravine. If you don't do anything, I also no longer need to do anything in response.
That being said, if that turn you have an Avalanche instead of a Ravine, if you have a Tavern Keeper to have an actual play to make when you have that 4 unit mana on that turn 4, you know, things could have gone very differently. So overall, I think it was a bad hand for Hash in terms of this exact matchup where he had to defend against aggro. And now we're seeing it. Champless Conservatory is very much the name of the game. Pirates was banned for Jinden. On the side of Hash, he has, again, the Thralls deck being played here available, as well as Chrono Timelines. The Ribbon Fizz was banned in this matchup.
So has the Clockwork Curator, but decides not to develop it. And this is the ultimate, you know, question you have to ask a Thralls player. Do I lose out on my Thrall advancement in exchange for developing a 2/2? But nope, because of the play of the, what's it called? The, oh my goodness.
The rear guard is here. The cavalry rides in once again. Braum emote, blessing them all. And damage is being dealt to the Nexus. Only 1 blocker, Lysandra. She can kill off the ballistic bot. But the damage, I mean, is gone through already from the ignition. From, oh my god, 7 HP already. As an aggro player, I love to see it.
If we had Clockwork Curator there, we stop a little bit of damage. Blighted Ravine does come through. It's a net 2 HP heal. Jinden just going to cash in the Ravenloom Conservatory and the ignition. Getting the extra procs like this allows you to accelerate the Conservatory in a deck you normally wouldn't really expect it to be able to do so. And now it's just sitting on the board, ticking down. Tibbalk plus all of the raw burn spells in this deck is horrifying. We do find Rite of Negation, however, and another ignition is generated by the Ballistic Bot before it's cleared by the Blighted Ravine. So even more damage already being presented, and Hash still down to 7 despite all that work.
Hash can really pass here. This would be a good pass from Jinden, I think, considering his hand, considering at the end of the day, you know, yeah, there has to be some proactive plays made here from Hash because he's on a clock after all. He's 7 HP. I mean, eventually there's going to be enough burn drawn and played that will kill you. So you have to be able to get your own threats online. And now Decimate does come through Red Negation. This is obviously the best spell it can stop, and so it will be committed here.
Red Negation finds its target. Jinden might be worried about that, but maybe not, right? There's only 2 Red Negation in the deck. Very low odds are going to find the second one. Kindly Tavern Keeper off the top. And I think that you can just develop here, right? Rather than getting the open attack for your 4 HP, it's more just about stabilizing and not dying. Your Thralls are going to end the game regardless of whether you deal 4 damage here or 6 damage. It's close. When you actually evaluate what Jinden has available, I think that you're still going to be pushing a lot of damage this turn regardless.
And yeah, Tavern Keeper definitely, you know, swings things back in Hash's favor in terms of just the board presence. There's no more, there's no way now Jinden can push damage on the board. It's not happening. That ship has sailed in the last few turns, and now it's going to come down to only really burn. Tibalt can come down. This is a very big play, though, a very mana-intensive play for 6 mana at this point in the game, which is now Hash has the board advantage. So he has a chance to play reactively and maybe seal the deal here if he's able to control the threats.
We can go for, this is a little bit worrisome, right? You play the Jinden. We could go for Promising Future, Imagine Possibilities in order to get a couple Thralls and just threaten the lethal on the swing. We've got the Tavern Keeper at the very least to block the Tibalt, but Hash smartly goes for Talia, getting a lot more HP in play to stop this overwhelm that's coming through.
Still have a chance for 3 Sisters. Can flash freeze and just not take any damage at all.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
The best possible option considering how dangerous it is for your health to go any lower than 8 really in this matchup.
All right, so we get the block there. And with that all playing out, it means now Hash has Imagine Possibilities to get both of these Thralls next round, get Tough Nexus. Jinden has to put the burn down here before the Nexus gains Tough from Lissandra. And look at these boosted Mystic Shots. 3 damage. 3 damage. We need just a little bit more. Noxian Fervor hits through the Tough Nexus.
1 Decimate. 1 Decimate would do it. You have a chance here. Lissandra. Tough on the Nexus. Exactly. Decimate would end the game considering there is no healing and there is no Rite of Negations in hand. But first, the attack will come in, and that means
it's the focus speed development. And it looks like Noxian Fervor was the card. Oh, 4 damage.
Well, you get the extra damage. Oh, Tibalt,
it's
you're
boosted
so
by
clutch.
Tibalt. Base boosted Noxian Fervor. The Braum emote. Heavens to Betsy. Not like this, Jinden. Insult to injury. That mental damage, that emotional damage for next week's fight night.
And it was, you know, there was kind of a read that hand might have been what there was, considering there was no development on the turn before Tibalt came down. There was just absolutely nothing that could be done. So I think it's pretty clear that the hand was just full of spells that needed to work off of a unit on the board, like the Fervor, for example, or just Mystic Shots. So, I mean, it always comes down to those very, very clutch games where you thought the Tavern Keeper could swing things back in favor for Hash, but it just wasn't the case. Both games with the Thralls decks was just a little bit too slow, and to be honest, the hands were pretty fantastic for Jinden, especially at this very start. Very explosive early turns.
If, you know, we see a lot more like heavy burn ideas like that in the metagame, who knows if Thralls are just going to stop being brought to tournaments because of it, or if they're going to start teching in a lot more things like Ice Veil Archer or something, or Ice Shard in the early mid game to just help stabilize versus those very aggressive boards. Because I feel like Thralls is just pretty solid versus a lot of mid-range, and your consistent threat of accelerating Thralls against slower control decks is probably fine, and aggro, as we can see, is remaining as the final weakness to overcome for Thralls to truly solidify themselves as an unconquerable tier 0 monstrosity. So Jinden, in a weird way, I hate to say it, doing the Lord's work out here, keeping Thralls in check.
I love to say it, Jinden. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep bringing lurk and full aggro lineups because I am here for you. But that will be it for this round. That will be it for the losers semifinals. Jinden will be advancing with a quick 2-0 sweep of Hash and his Thralls lineup, and Jinden will be facing Pyoro in the finals, or losers finals rather. Still finals, but the losers one, of course. And we'll be checking that out after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to jump into the conclusion of the losers bracket. The winner of this match will go on to face in the grand finals. Oh my god, I forget the name. Lear, actually, is waiting patiently for their opponent to be decided.
Lear, which means empty in German, so not surprised you forgot his name. Your head was empty. Skarzig, you gotta work on that emptiness.
I got done up by the jutsu, indeed. But we got Pyoro and Jinden about to go head-to-head in this bracket. The winner of this match will be able to take on Lear. And this is actually a rematch from earlier in the tournament that we weren't able to see on stream. Pyoro took down Jinden 2-0. And I'd like to take a closer look as well at the players that we have slated today, as well as a refresher on Pyoro's full lineup.
We did see Pyoro, of course, earlier in the winners final up against Lear. Was not able to take that, but we are going to see this Draven Scion list we talked about with double survival skills and with, as you mentioned, one copy of Whirling Death. This is a card that always, puts in the work when it's played as Draven's spell card or champ spell.
Yeah.
But no one ever says, oh, I think this card, after all the work it's put in, all these great, situations, it deserves a spot in the deck. But sometimes players say, you know what? I'm going to put one in to respect, to honor this card for all that it's done for Draven Scion players throughout the months. And this is the time.
Yeah, I have hefty respect for this card. And it even, like the 1 or 2 flex slots that this deck might have, it's taking over for like one aloof traveler. So that Pure is looking to really abuse this outcome, especially with the double survival skills. And the inclusion of cards like this just makes it so difficult for your opponent to have any modicum of confidence when it comes to them attacking and defending against your aggression. We have the upper burn game plan with Captain Farron, get excited in Mystic Shot, but a lot more early curve, right? So that when you're going against a much more aggressive burn game plan, you can outpace their damage because you can contest them in the early board, either to mitigate some of their damage, or you have good units and spells working in tandem to push through a lot more numbers in general. But moving on to the next deck,
will be the Zoe Aphelios Vi deck that we saw that Zoe popped off quite a bit with her level 2 condition, giving elusive to the whole board. Of course, the main win condition will be the Winding Light, giving overwhelm to everything. And you have a lot of very, cheap, easy to develop units and synergies with Flame Chompers as well. And just works very well. And then you have kind of the burn game plan with Mystic Shots and Get Excited and Pill Cascade to push through more damage when you have overwhelm already on the board over the health of your blockers. So the deck works quite well. It has, despite it looking very simple right here in the deck list, the super cool star chart from Zoe, the Aphelios moon weapons, they add kind of this extra dimension of utility, of kind of a toolbox approach to different matchups. So I think the deck that works very well. We've seen the shell in a more control-y invoke package in the past, and this version is a little bit more, actually quite a bit more aggressive, I think, in its game plan.
Mm-hmm. The only weak link I think that we've seen here and there for Puro's list is having only 2 copies of Winding Light. Means that when you're in a consistent position around turn 6 and turn 7 to have a decent board, you don't necessarily have the ability to convert that into a win the way you'd like to see. The Forbidden Lunari Duskbringer for Dusk Petal Dust, so you can play the Winding Light on turn 6 with that Nightfall ability, has not yet come to fruition, but maybe Puro's just been saving it for this moment. And coupling that with the third deck to round out this lineup, we've got the Annie Twisted Fate Conservatory. It didn't quite pop off the way we wanted to see before versus Sivir Akshan, because again, that spell shield, all of the HP buffs were really hurting the ability for this removal to really do what it wanted. However, the potential for this list to hit an aggressive curve and convert into a late game win condition with the Riptide Rex and Tibalt is still something to certainly be feared.
Yeah, we'll see if there's going to be enough tools to answer all of the aggressive threats from Jindan. Overall, with this deck specifically, there is going to be just very cheap removal, a lot of very cheap curve of units with saboteurs, etc. So it's kind of the same game plan, but a little bit slower, a little bit more value oriented in the case of Puro's deck that we're seeing here. So I think it will be, it should be slightly favored, but the maybe lack of kind of healing options, there is of course the ebb and flow, but serious healing options might make it difficult to, if you start losing out on that race early on. But we'll find out. There was a 2-0 win already from Puro into Jindan, so in theory it seems like he is slightly favored with his matchup, with his lineup.
And we're getting a word now that Jindan did ban Sion, as you said, and I was thinking that Sion would actually be kind of handleable if Targon remains up. And so Jindan might have anticipated Aphelios was going to be the banned deck and had to be forced to ban Sion in response. Because if you don't have the Gravitum or the threat of Crescent Strike to stop the Sion overwhelm, you're just taking way too much damage that you can't really interact with. And of course, we've seen it every time these swarmy decks get farmed by early Boom Baboon Risen Rider kind of lines, where they can't really defend or interact the way they want to. And if you take, 4 or 6 damage in the opening turns, then suddenly your opponent has you on the back foot and they're the one pressuring you with burn instead.
Running into game 1 right away, Annie Jin with a very good looking hand here for Jindan to start things off. And Puro will be coming in with Aphelios Vi Zoe, PNZ, Targon, and just a Winding Light aggro game plan.
So Sion was banned, but Targon is also left up. Very interesting to see. This deck, again, has the ability to keep swarming, and it's going to make it very difficult for Jindan to push through a lot of damage. We've got the Annie on turn 1. because you've got the attack token, it's fantastic here to get that skill, work towards Annie's level up. Maybe Tibbers can be clutch in the mid game. Even stopping a Vi from getting a key snipe could be all you need. And now we've got the rear guard plus the crackshot Corsair as a development here. And then at the start of the next round, potentially stage hand to stun a blocker and develop a 4-4. This is getting pretty spooky already.
We'll see what the setup is here from Jinden. I assume just Corsair into rearguard. That means no blocks this turn, so we'll be taking a nice chunk of change as well. And this is going to be a race. At the end of the day, this Targan PNZ version is more of an aggressive game plan, and there might be a race here. Already the race kind of in favor for Pyoro. That will, of course, change between these different rounds and attacks. This round, especially, as you mentioned, will be a very scary one. Or at least will force, some blocks and trades from Pyoro's board right now.
Pyoro, I mean, just having access to Mystic shots already makes this matchup feel a lot better. Because you can, you aren't worried so much about Annie or Legion Rearguard. You have good ways to maybe interfere with Anoxian Fervor down the road.
And that's, just a very effective, efficient way to just mitigate a lot of his damage and just stay alive on these more dangerous early turns that Jinden's trying to capitalize on.
Yeah, you just, again, you keep up on board, stop a lot of the direct swarm damage that you actually need to go through, and if you're forcing Jinden to rely on pure burn damage, the anti-Jin deck surprisingly lacks that output, right? We've only got Noxian Fervor, Decimate, Doom Beast as a little bonus for those of you in chat who might be praying that anti-Jin might still have some legs to stand on in the metagame. I have gotten word from a dedicated player that Astral Fox might actually be the missing part of the recipe that players are sleeping on.
Boom Baboon number 2 comes into play, which means Flame Chompers number 2 is in hand, ready to be activated at a moment's notice to provide a blocker against any kind of surprise wide attacks from Jinden. So with the current hand, that's pretty devastating news. The game plan looks to be pretty much kind of done for Jinden right now. Going to rely on top decks to do something, but already I think we're seeing why Pyoro was able to take this matchup in the past 2-0, because this deck just favors really, really cleanly into aggro, and you have even Aphelios to get you that surprise lifesteal later into the game if you need it.
But this is looking very, very spooky. Yeah, look, Zonai Urchin just discards the Dust Petal Dust. You just want to be as wide as possible. We got Flame Chompers to pull a blocker to the side, and now we are threatening near lethal. And if Pyoro's hand has any Mystic shots or get excited, and then Jinden is going to go down here.
All of a sudden, Jinden is no longer the aggro player. Gonna have to use a stage hand defensively, it looks like, in this case. And yeah, the game plan just crumbling right in front of him. The army of Boom Baboons, Chompers, and Urchins just too strong.
The double draws on both of those is just amazing tempo. We do get Tibbers at the very least. So if we do trade into the Boom Baboons, then we have Tibbers as a big fearsome guy. Maybe we can make it happen. But this is already looking pretty doomed. Even the Doom Beast can't save you from your own doom.
Sag. That's going to be the Annie. Did her job, leveled up, and now she's useless. And so she will be traded away into the void. And still 3 units alive on the board for Pyoro. Really not much to really... Decimate changes things a little bit. Just a tiny, tiny bit. We have the Annie. We have the Doom Beast able to kind of reset the clock on this race just a tiny bit in favor of Jinden. But I'm not sure if he's ever going to come back into this board. I'm just going to take a big chunk of damage next turn as well in the open attack.
Pyoro did, however, discard a Dust Petal Dust with the Zonai Urchin to draw a card, so that maybe does give us a read that there is no Winding Light in the hand. And if we don't have Winding Light to truly convert to an overwhelming swing for damage, maybe Pyoro is a little bit too slow in truly converting to a win, and it does give Jinden that opportunity to draw into a couple more decimates here.
We're now moving closer and closer to the danger turns with a chance for the Winding Light to come down. This attack token turn not quite possible. Still at 16 mana, not quite 7. Unless
This
there's a
Decimate just
Moonsilk.
being hovered, just staring.
I was gonna say, you know,
damage.
I'm an aggro player. I love Decimate too, but I mean, this is a bit much. A bit much. I got a bit of a glitch there. I don't think Jinjin is that obsessed with this card. I know he likes it, but he's just a bit of a mouse glitch.
Puro's deck wasn't looking like it was going to be able to put up aggression, and that's my mistake to think that this Targon deck isn't one of the most aggressive brews we've seen out of this region combination ever before. And at the very least, Tibber comes down, kills the Zoe. We have a nice blocker here. Well, just probably going to get pulled aside by the Flame Chompers. Bears Financier. It just keeps on coming. Just so much development. Now we've got 2 mystery spells from the Ferris Financier. These could be Shock Blast, True Shot Barrage, Assembly Line for more developments, something really bonkers like Give It All. Even in Targon, you can get Crickets. Targon doesn't have any good spells above 6 mana. Don't get baited, chat.
A bit of a surrender angle coming through here, I think. Just even if you don't die here on the swing, which you don't, you're still going to take a lot of damage, and that means that, you know, Get Excited Mystic Shots can be a potential game finisher next turn. Only taking 4, I guess it's you know, not as bad as I thought. Leaving back the Sun Treasures, taking a more slow game plan here from Puro, making sure to get only good trades. And knowing that 11 HP, it's probably unlikely that Jinjin has a way to really close out this game in the next 2 turns.
All right, let's go. I suppose now that I think about it, Ferris Financier can get that new Cosmic Trifecta card. So then you just generate even more pressure and resources. Actually not balanced. Sump Dredger comes through. Discards the Flame Chompers. It's just wave after wave after wave of attackers. So much tempo, so much pressure. And this deck still has Burn to fall back on.
No damage being taken here, thanks to these blocks. If Noxian Fervor is committed at this point to try and get some value out of this Annie, for example, then that just leaves you at the mercy of the different removal spells that are available in Puro's list. So it seems like a very tough angle here. Not even able really to attack with the Saboteur in this case.
Yeah, if you attack with the Saboteur, you get 1 more damage. You can Noxian Fervor the Tibbers because he has a big enough HP pool that Puro might not be able to respond to that. And that would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. And you'd be 3 short. It's almost feasible, but you'd be giving up your entire board there into an open attack lethal.
Ooh, so no Winding Light available here for Puro. Instead, just trying to push some damage across the side here. Maybe forcing a Fervor defensively, although that's maybe a bit much to ask of an aggro player.
Yeah, taking 4, going down to 5, you're safe versus the current board state, but there could still be like Get Excited plus Mystic Shot. We could see some, you know, Pale Cascades being assigned here in order to draw cards and push through a little bit more damage. And Jinjin, again, just on the back foot where, like I said before, you're playing versus a deck that has burn, but much more board presence and tempo than you do. They're just going to outperform you every single time.
I think you'd definitely block with Annie as well. No, I mean, it's too risky to not. If anything, you don't block with Saboteur, but with Annie, I think you have to at this point. I mean, she's done her job summoning Tibbers. And we're at a stage of the game where there's always going to be a blocker for her from Puro's side. He's going to, I mean, this is the deck that's able to refuel the board very quickly, very efficiently. But yeah, full block in the end. Decimate committed. 7 HP now on the Nexus. A tie on the Nexus totals. More cards in Puro's hand, though. More options probably available now as well. But I'm surprised Jinjin has even made it this far, considering where we were at in the mid game.
And now here comes Aphelios. We can get Calibrum to keep the board clear. Like if that's a Calibrum that was played, then Boom Crew can't come down. We can just get Severum and then just heal back up, and we're chilling. And who knows? Now that the Tusk Speaker has put both players at 6, maybe Puro just has the double Get Excited. Oh no, the Unlicensed Innovation again. This is the second time Puro has taken it, and this 5/5 just ain't cutting it, my man.
You can't really attack with this Boom Crew. It would doom you. I guess you're doomed anyway, to be honest. So might as well
Yeah.
just shove it in there.
If there's not double get excited here to finish. Okay,
Ooh.
now we got. I really like this play, right? Because if they have Noxie and Fervor, you're taking about the same amount of damage regardless, and you're getting this down before the Boom Crew gets to attack. So you take the 3, and now Jinden is all in on that top deck, second Noxie and Fervor versus like Mystic Shot or something.
Nox and Fervor. It's time. As all good aggro players do, Jinden, channel your inner fervor.
Oh, no, and that is not burned, so Pyoro is going to take game number 1.
It got closer than it should have. I think the key thing was that one turn where you would say, hey, Winding Light's coming down.
Wait, was that game 2?
That was game 1.
No, that was just game 1. Okay. My bad.
Okay.
I was making absolutely sure. I was like trying to remember. But I think it was just because that game went a lot longer than we thought it was going to.
And that was, there wasn't a closeout, as you mentioned. Maybe having only 2 copies of Winding Light is a disservice to the deck. But at the end of the day, you do want to have the early games be as consistent as we saw it was in this game 1. I think a lot of that is having only 2 copies of it. So I guess we'll see where it goes. Still, you were able to close the game in the end from Pyoro. It did come much closer than we thought, though. It was coming down to the top deck where maybe a Nox and Fervor could have done it.
Yeah, we did. Again, we missed out on 1 potential damage with the Saboteur not attacking there to get 1 damage. So it was very close. Whenever you're playing like these aggro burn decks, you'd be surprised at, missing 1 damage here or maybe not pushing an advantage or taking a big risk early in the game could end up costing you overall towards the end. But Jinden does have a Saboteur of his own. Pyoro developing the Saboteur. So a lot of damage potentially being exchanged.
To consider which of the 2 1-drops he wants to trade away here. You do want to trade one away for sure. I think just because of the threat of Make It Rain and the threat of TF red card, of course. Maybe an aggro list you usually don't. So I think Pyoro shouldn't give the option here for this to be traded away. Or maybe he should. Yeah,
that's very respectful to not attack with the Saboteur, saying if
very
they
telling.
take the trade, and then if my opponent has rear guard or like triple 1-drop, that kind of stuff, then things could go bad for me. But Mirai Warden is actually here to save the day. If you had the Mirai Warden, maybe you could have just attacked with the Saboteur, gotten 3 damage in if Jinden didn't take the trade after all.
Pressure Corsair comes down. Could be a full swing here from Jinden. Could be just, a 2 swing here. I do think you have to swing at the trade away units because at the end of the day, you could be at the mercy of Make It Rain and TF red card, so you can't really just stall out eternally. You do want to trade away units if possible. And 2 damage committed on this turn, not terrible. And still the Corsair on the board.
Finds the Annie. Would have been a great development there on turn 1 to take advantage of all these skills that we're seeing. But Pyoro now on the double Saboteur. If we do finally see the swing, especially now versus Annie, yes, we get 2 skills to advance the Ravenbloom Conservatory and start building up towards Riptide Rex. With no blocks coming through and some self-damage from Tusk, Pyoro is actually ahead, and the Make It Rain finds its target with Crackshot Corsair going down.
Very good early game for Pyoro. I mean, doing his own damage rates here as well with double Saboteur, and gonna be hard. This is a good pickup though with a stagehand, able to get a stun on something here and just able to go as wide as possible.
Ooh, Pyoro not falling for it.
The invitation. Red card not really too great here though, only killing off 1 unit.
Yeah, just trying to maybe bait for, another Make It Rain or a Death's Hand or something on the open attack. If we do have Twisted Fate here, we could go for gold card, hits the stagehand, and then we just trade away versus everything else. But goes for red card anyway.
Want to mitigate some damage from the overwhelm. You'd be pushing through,
True.
Anyway.
It's less damage overall, I suppose, because you're going to just trade into the stagehand, Saboteur. Okay, beautiful.
And with Jinden's hand where it is, you're not really, too worried right now. You're at 15 HP. Your opponent has, 1 card in hand now. It's going to be very hard for them to get this back in their favor. Jin is a good way to dump mana and have a strong effect from a single card being played in this aggro list, but still Gonna be
Every
difficult.
time you take that 3 damage from Saboteur, it looks so slimy. Here comes the Death's Hand as well, clearing the Annie. Noxie and Fervor not even being attempted there because we know that Pyoro's deck is infested with pings.
And very good info. You know, one of these 2 cards in hand is for sure some kind of a ping effect that could be played out for 2 mana or less. Okay, can be Blade's Edge, can be Make It Rain, number 2, for example. But now Jin does finally come down, trying to do his best to salvage this game, but I don't think it's going to be possible. And I think now we're seeing, oh, stun comes through. Maybe if the hand is very big from Pyoro's side.
Got the stun, counter stun. I don't think Pyoro has the Ravenous Flock. How many, I gotta double check. How many are, there's only 2 Ravenous Flock in this build, actually. It's very, like I said, it's very loose panda, very toolboxy, deciding to run a variety of stuff, but does have the Ravenous Flock anyway.
And sure, you can get some damage in here before this dies, but now your opponent's at 12 HP. Very, very healthy considering the aggro player. Jindin has no cards currently in hand, gonna live and die by the top deck now from now on. And he's facing off against still a Saboteur on the board, a Conservatory that has popped, a Phoenix that has risen from its ashes, and a game that might be lost, a series that might be lost, a tournament that might be lost. Game 2 goes to Pyoro, and Jindin ends his Fight Night run in this game 2.
Yeah, it was really a shame where you're kind of hoping that the person that countered you, sent you to the lower bracket, somehow gets knocked out before you have to face them again. Really rough matchup indeed. Annie Jin just not able. We saw it pop off where if your opponent is not developing early and doesn't have that raw amount of healing in the deck, like against Thralls, it just hits and hits and hits and you're feeling good. But again versus a deck that can develop in the early game instead and keep up with your early tempo, you just can't find the resources. Antigen, infamously lacking card draw.
And it's unfortunate it doesn't come down to player skill. It's just sometimes, these matchups, you take certain risk bringing triple aggro, that there's a chance someone can bring that lineup that might just counter yours entirely, and it'll become, essentially kind of non-games for the most part. And that seemed to be the case here. So unfortunate for Jinden, but that is kind of how card games and how kind of the variance works in some tournaments. Still, top 3 performance from him. A very good streak of Fight Night tournaments all in a row with very good performances. So you can't be too sad about that. And now Pyoro has a chance for his own rematch in the grand finals up against Lear and trying to change the results that we saw in the winners finals. But we'll see if that will be the case or not after this very short break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends. You're just in time to catch the grand finals. This is actually going to be a rematch. Pyoro fought his way back up to fight Lear. Now, their final match before was a 2-1 victory, but there was a very close game where Pyoro could have maybe taken a win. And if we play this best of 3 once more, things could very easily go back in Pyoro's favor. However, coming from the lower bracket now, Pyoro's got to do it twice.
He's got to do it twice. He has one less life than his opponent because Lear has not lost a series yet in this tournament. He has that extra life holding that he's been holding onto, whereas Pyoro lost the last series against Lear, lost the winner's final, lost that extra life, and now he has to do it twice to win this tournament. So it's going to be difficult, I think, already having this result that said, hey, you lost once in this matchup. It was close, as you mentioned. I think that's the one kind of silver lining there is here for Pyoro. But he's going to have to do it twice, and it's not easy against a triple Demacia lineup with 3 very fine-tuned and very, proven decks, really. This is no chance to say, hey, maybe this deck is a little bit weak. I can ban this and then target this a little bit. It's not the case. These are 3 powerhouse decks that he's facing up against.
Mm-hmm. And we like we saw with the Pantheon, decks can be, even games can be made or broken based on, do I draw that extra Cataclysm that I need to just like end the game? We see from Pyoro's lineup, it's the lineups and decks are very swarmy, very low HP units that are just trying to go wide, fight for tempo, and go that route. But if you just have one big overwhelm unit that is smorking you down, there's not much you can do about the matter. And as you said, Panda, missing out on the 3rd copy of Winding Light means that when you find yourself in those winning positions with the Aphelios deck, you might not be able to properly convert to close out. And I wonder if the bans are going to change up at all from last time. Before, Pyoro had banned Scouts, and Pantheon managed to go through. I know you feel confident, right? When you're running an Aphelios deck, you've got potential access to Equinox here and there from Star hits, but Cataclysm means that you're stunned. You get and do what they want to do.
We're going to check out Lear's lineup in this time that we have here before we get into pick and ban phase, just to see a quick reminder on his triple Demacia lineup that we saw earlier in the winner's final. First deck that I believe needs no introduction. Every viewer's extended family is aware of Pantheon Yuumi and the reign of terror that they have inflicted upon all of the Runeterra universe. I say, not just planet, because it is a universal deck with Pantheon raining down from the heavens beyond. And I mean, it's a scary deck to face off again. I think there's nothing really. I guess the Blinded Mystic, the 1-of copy, is maybe that flex spot that we have seen some players kind of change around. Everything else seems pretty standard, I think.
The only thing I might see you would see in a modern day deck is like the triple Cataclysm. It's just that when you're playing this list in a tournament, you're maybe expecting your opponent to have a lot more responses to plays like that. And so you aren't going to get your stacked up faded unit plus overwhelm plus Cataclysm to just close out games. So if you wanted to just not focus too selfishly on what your deck is trying to do, have a little bit more reactivity and responsiveness, the Blinded Mystic does make a lot of sense there. And you can see here even that Lear has opted for triple single combat, which is a card that has kind of moved out of the list from time to time. But because of its ability now to preemptively proc the faded before it resolves, it becomes a little bit more useful for the deck.
Let's look at the second list now. New list, but same region. Demacia, very much the theme for the lineup here for Lear. A theme and a kind of a strategy that has played out very well for many of our past Fight Night winners throughout this year. Sivir Akshan, deck number 2. Also, I think needs no introduction. This is also part of the theme. Every deck I'm going to introduce needs no introduction because these are, as I said, the proven decks, the decks that have done so well all the way back to Worlds qualifiers last year, almost a full year ago at this point, where Akshan Sivir was starting to be introduced as a very, very good tournament deck with players like Bajatak and the rest of the gang from EMEA, and still the case. Very, very good in the right hands, a lot of decision making, but gives a lot of agency and a lot of options to the pilot.
This one isn't as ridiculously toolboxy as the other Sivir Akshan we saw earlier in the tournament, but again, those flexible options, is just exactly what you want to see. Even though you only have one quicksand, one cataclysm, one single combat, using your predict draw with the Relic of Power to get them when you might need them, or simply the fact that your opponent has to respect them, really does go a long way indeed.
And deck number 3, also from Demacia, also needs no introduction. Scouts, the bane of my existence as a deep player, and a deck that has done so well in so many different metas. It gets nerfed here and there, but then new cards get added in, and it seems to be a deck that always gets a new toy to play with every few months that just slowly moves that power level a little bit to the right again and again and again and again and again and again. And maybe at some point the developers will hit a card like Bright Steel Protector down from where it stands.
Bright Steel Protector, Petrosite Broadwing. When they added Petrosite Broadwing and Sculptor to the game, and Scouts immediately picked it up and said, "No, Galio, these are actually for us."
Scouts
the
was
deck
sleeping.
just never stopped being meta after that. We even got the one of Shield of Duran tech, a very cheeky inclusion that's been making its way into more and more Scouts decks, because if you protect Misfortune with it, you just win. Or sometimes you can hit it with a Broadwing and get a really nice tempo trade that your opponent might not expect. And as we head into the ban phase, once again, Pyoro is almost forced to ban Scouts, and Lear takes out the Scion from the equation.
That will be the case, and yet again, the same pattern emerges in the bans. Both decks were banned in the winners final, and now queuing up to go first, Lear will introduce Akshan Silver as deck number 1 for game number 1 of what could be the final series of today's tournament, or hopefully for Pyoro, first of 2 if he's able to get the bracket.
As we open up, full mulligan, we're looking for early game, we're looking for that Treasure Seeker, we're looking for the Akshan, and we've got Zonite Urchin with Flame Chompers on turn 1 for Pyoro, already off to a very aggressive swing here. A lot of burn in hand, however.
Is full of burn. You have to find a way to refuel a bit more if you don't want to have trouble navigating the mid game until you get to the point where you can utilize this burn to try and end the game.
Oh, Vi. This is a card that we have not yet seen show up in the game yet. If she can get into the hand early like this, however, if she is able to connect with a Sivir or a Recurrent Bruiser, she's going to have plenty of attack to take that down through any sort of buffs or shenanigans. And now with the float, Pyoro seems to be back on track with the Mountain Goat.
This is still going to be a very wide swing, not being able to develop any units effectively until this point for Lear.
Ooh, very interesting line. I was thinking the Flame Chompers for sure to push 5. But Pyoro has demonstrated time and time again is willing to take much slower lines of play than you typically consider with this deck.
It's because you are playing for a board-wide buff, kind of an OTK turn to some extent with Winding Lights, so you don't want to give away your board into kind of ineffective value trades early on if you're not really going to get that much of a benefit from it. Although with the current hand, I would maybe, I guess it's a bit too early to push this damage, but maybe you're a bit more incentivized to try and go for just more swingy aggro damage to face because you have all this extra burn backup.
Yeah, you get the gem. Like, no matter which line you take, you still get the gem for your Zonite Urchin to draw cards. Now into the Lunari Duskbringer, we're starting to still, get all the units. This deck only has, like, Mystic Shot, Get Excited, Hail Cascade, very few spells overall. So there is a very high chance that a good portion of the next top decks are just going to be units regardless. And you got to remember, Vi has been cooking this whole time. So she's going to come down with the respectable attack total and just start taking her pick of the litter for what unit she wants to take down on Lear's side. Big risk being taken here with the Mystic Shot to pop the Spell Shield and Get Excited to take down the Sivir. Lear has the Sharp Sight, but
Sharp Sight is committed here.
This is another line. We saw it before from Pyoro, using the burn damage for control of the board rather than sending it to the Nexus.
Might be difficult. I mean, you have the Vi as well. You have another Mystic Shot now picked up. with no more combat tricks that can buff up and save the Sivir. We're going to see it here right away. Aim down at this Sivir. It's, you know, very similar playstyle that we saw from Pure in the winners final as well.
Yeah, Sivir goes down, but she's like, you know, it's 4 for 1 here. She killed a blocker, absorbed 3 burn spells. If Lear were to have a second Sivir here, it would be disastrous for Pyoro. We have Pale Cascade at the very least to draw another card. It allows Flame Chompers to take down this 3-1, but Vakurin Bruiser walls out any remaining aggression here. No mana for Vi to move this out of the way, and Lear is just going to continue to stack up these lucky finds and keep the aggression going. Will this be an open attack, or will Lear develop?
Winding Light has been picked up. You have the Vi you can play out this turn, and next turn prepare for what could be a very, very scary swing. Of course, Vi works so well with the Winding Light, with the Overwhelm keyword being given to her, and her attack already usually being very, very high up anyway.
With the Vakurin Bruiser in play, the threat of Concerted Strike means that developing the Vi is very spooky, but if Lear does decide to develop rather than open attack, it does give Pyoro that attempt to just play the Vi. Next turn, we could go for Pale Cascade, Winding Light to activate that Nightfall.
Bruiser being committed here, or at least a decision being made here by Lear if he wants to commit only this Bruiser at this point.
Close. I think that you could attack with the Bruiser, honestly, right? You want the lucky find. You can start stacking up the Bruiser with like Fearsome. All Vagabond does is just make sure you get your Sentinel's Horde coming up the next turn. I guess the idea here is simply Lear is in a clunky enough hand where you need that Relic of Power to find the next piece to pivot and solidify your game plan.
Attacking here with the Vagabond, bluffing. There's I think that's maybe too much of a bluff. And especially now that you're thinking it through again, I think, you know, it's a bit too evident. I mean, players have talked about the turn 2 Akshan bluff a little bit too much. So I won't
the yeehaw.
A similar thing happening here where you could attack and say, hey, Vi, you want to block into this? I might have a sharp sight. But in the end, does not go for it.
So now we've got Poro Cannon into Winding Light, and we still have mana presented for the Pale Cascade to get another draw, push more damage with the Overwhelm. I think that this is perfectly acceptable. Concerted Strike can maybe slay the Vi or the Winding Light, but you still have plenty of other damage being threatened. And now also get excited to maybe try to close out here. Vakurin Bruiser just waiting in the wings, still a very competent blocker, even with stat buffs plus Overwhelm, has a lot of options. Oro Cannon actually gets rid of the Get Excited. It is your only option here if you don't want to pre-commit the Pale Cascade.
Now it's going to be the Winding Light coming down. As you mentioned, Concerted Strike is going to have to be used, possibly still in combat as well, to mitigate a lot of the damage that is being pushed here. You still have Pale Cascade to push through a little bit more, but I mean, 18 HP still very, very healthy in the Nexus for Lear.
You have the Relic of Power exchanged in order to get the Sandstone Charger.
Not the most HP on it though, so not really ideal.
Because if you go for Sandstone Charger, then Vi is going to pull it because she gets to survive because of her tough. But actually just goes for the Predict Draw. I don't know exactly what you're looking for here. This might be a skip. You do get a unit to develop. Concerted Strike is still there to save you from the Vi at the very least. Because even with Pale Cascade, 6 HP plus tough is covered by the 8 total power going through.
There's a Vi with challenge. All units attacking, swinging in. Not that much defense yet, but still 8 spell mana to work with, so a lot that can be done here from Lear. Not that much that can be done in response from Pyoro, only the +1/+1 stat buff.
Yeah, even if you put Pale Cascade on the Vi, she is going to go up to 6, and then take 4, and then take 2, so the math still does check out there. But even with the ability to survive here for Lear, because most of your board is going down, it becomes much more difficult to actually pivot into a position where you can then counter pressure and win the game.
And there's a Pill Cascade Flame Chomper surviving at the very least. Still solo combat available. I'm not sure if Lear's happy enough with the current situation on the stack and on the board, or if he wants to do, I think it's just, there's not much more you can do really at this point.
Yeah, there was like a line with single combat with the Recurrent Bruiser, because the Concerted Strike means it's safe from Vi no matter what, and you get to clear the Flame Chomper to take away your opponent's utility to manipulate the trades, and also keep one more blocker in play, get an extra lucky find for yourself.
Definitely an explosive turn though, from 18 to 7 HP now on the Nexus for Lear. A lot of burn has been used or discarded already from Pyoro. We saw 2 Mystic Shots and 1 Get Excited that are no longer possible to be top decked. You do still have Zoe and 2 more elusive Poros that can chip in 3 damage. Of course, Broadway will stop that for this turn at least. You can't develop any of them really. And
I was certainly mistaken when I said that Lear would struggle to retake dominance on the board after this develop of the Akshan, giving it Challenger with the Lucky Find, and then swinging in with everything else. We now have the board being put very comfortably back in Lear's favor. And as you said, Panda, the burnout is not a realistic game plan for Pyoro any longer. Can Ferris Financier find something? Reggie's always got what you need.
Not the unlicensed.
This unlicensed innovations again.
Give them the license already. Just go through the steps, go through the administrative work, and give this innovation the license so it stops showing up in this pool of cards.
Pyoro dealing in the black market cannot help himself. Not even taking Hextech Transmogulator to maybe get like a bruiser. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. But here's another lucky find going onto the Broadwing. You really don't want to put any keywords on the Broadwing. Formidable's good enough. Spell Shield on the Akshan feels good. +1/+1 or tough feels great. Still accelerating towards this Sentinel's Horde, so we can get the Font of Power for the draw too. Despite all the Akshan Sivir we've seen over the course of this game, this tournament, we have not yet seen Font of Power.
Grappling Hook coming out, which means that now Zoe and the elusive Poro are a little bit more safe. Looking at the current hand from Lear, we'll see that means that, yeah, there will be development now that you've seen one of the 3 cards being used out, one of the 3 cards that would have been very effective at killing off the Zoe before she can snowball or do anything effective here.
And Lear actually saves the single combat. Gonna get the Font of Power anyway, no need to accelerate it. You want to use that when you have a bunch of mana available. Rite of Negation now for the unlicensed innovation.
This is the first
that bad mech gets denied.
Rite of Negation used on a 6 mana summon a 5/5. What have we come to, Skarzig?
Oh my god, and look at this, the Font of Power coming up huge. Gets to play out a cheap Recurrent Bruiser, has the single combat as well. You just can't push through enough damage here. Pyoro at the very least is at a very comfortable 20 HP. As long as there's no Absolver, we could have enough blocks. But because now Akshan Sivir with these challenger units is going to continuously bully your board, Pyoro is not going to be able to develop and set up for any sort of Winding Light combo. Again, the burn win condition was abandoned entirely. Pyoro was not trying to save the burn or consider it at all when it just came down to using all of it to take down Sivir number 1.
Zoe trying to go for the cheeky attack there, believing in herself and her elusive capabilities, but no. Single combat from the Bruiser, and that means that game 1 is over. The resources have been choked out of Pyoro's hand, and it just wasn't enough to end the game when the Winding Light came down a few turns ago, which means that we're now at the match point position in this tournament. If Leader wins the next game, he is, for the first time ever in his career, a Fight Night champion, and Pyoro will end up runner-up.
The I think it's just maybe growing pains, right? When you're playing this Targon P and Z, we've seen how aggressive it can be. And Pyoro just keeps taking these like slower, more value-oriented lines. And don't get me wrong, that opening hand was very terrible, right? The double get excited, the Mystic Shot draw. When you don't have those units, it can be very difficult to say, okay, I want to save this burn because I know I'm going to top deck like 5 units thereafter. But now we have to try to make it work versus Pantheon. And this is a deck that is infamous for its ability to snowball. Even if you're favored, Saga Seeker plus Yuumi plus a Zenith Blade means that when you feel like you have enough time to keep this pressure up, that clock is immensely shortened. And I wonder if, you know, Lear is going to learn from their previous encounter and keep the Cataclysm, but no, mulligans it away and gets another Cataclysm regardless.
Mulligans right into the caster cams and back into the game as we start what could be the last game of today's fight night. And I mean, if you ever have to put all your faith into one deck to win a tournament, probably for the last few months, Pantheon Yuumi is that deck.
Yeah, again, it's a bit like Scouts, where even in matchups where it feels like it shouldn't be favored, it can still find outs to win. Even when you're super behind, Pantheon can come down and roll just the right keywords to stabilize you or just win the game outright. Pyoro, however, has a much better hand, is curving out, has the Flame Chompers for, again, some aggressive tempo, pushing 5 damage. You'd love to see it. And yeah, Lear does not opt for the single combat here.
And the Saga Seeker, not what it's usually used to here, being bullied by a 0-2 Flame Chompers because
maybe we do see it.
No stats yet, unless something, as you're mentioning, unless a single combat comes through.
On the Zonite Urchin, because it gets the faded proc. You get to clear 2 units and grow your Saga Seeker. But Flame Chomper surviving, you know, with 1 HP and another one in the hand with the Poro Cannon means that Lear's next couple developments are going to be nullified by those challengers. And we've also got Aphelios being threatened as well at the start of the next round with Poro Cannon and Aphelios.
We'll see now what Lear can do to transform this 1-drop into his win condition as we move in through the rest of this game. But as you mentioned, very good start for Pyoro. Has a lot of presence on the board at the moment. Ooh.
Oh, man. Going for the single combat now feels like such a huge missed opportunity. I don't think you want to try to recover. Just commit to the line that you took. Save the single combat for when you want to really clean up an Aphelios or something. Ooh.
I think you have to do this because if not next turn, you're all at the mercy of your top deck. If you don't get a top deck that allows you to work with getting a faded proc, because you can't play Zenith Blade or else Get Excited just kills right away.
I thought you could just play Wounded White Flame. Because if Pyoro spends their entire turn just going for, you know, Get Excited to clear White Flame, then maybe you're feeling confident that you've bought yourself enough tempo there.
No Zoe yet. I would have. Okay, if Felix is coming down instead, that makes sense. So
gets
avoiding,
the Gravitum.
Yeah, the Zoe game plan for now, just centering on controlling and being able to take care of the Saga Seeker on the next attack win turn from Lear.
I think too, with now that you've got the Aphelios as part of this engine to generate extra cards, it's going to really massively accelerate the Zoe. So here we go, Gravitum.
Blocking this as a blocker right now, stunning it for this turn, but also more importantly for the next attack token turn as well.
Interesting. Actually phases into Infernum rather than the Crescendum. There's not mana to cast it this turn, and I guess Pyoro is feeling confident that the existing board is going to remain, so getting another 2-drop or whatever is like not really relevant. We still have Cataclysm as well, so that the stunned unit can participate in combat. Get a faded proc.
That might be the consideration here. Not really that much damage being pushed through with Cataclysm, so would be a kill on Aphelios possibly, but instead gonna get the faded proc here.
Sharing the love here. Gets to snipe the Zoe, stop Star Chart, stop the threat of Equinox or Crescent Strike, gets a second Saga Seeker scaling up with this Zenith Blade that is in the hand. So this is a very balanced approach that we don't normally see. Instead of going super tall on one unit, you want to have two working in tandem.
It's still a wide swing. Still going to be dealing a lot of damage to the Nexus here, and this is a little bit dangerous for LoR, I think, considering there is Get Excited and a Mystic Shot in hand already. There are more elusive threats, and currently we see no sharp sights, with the Cataclysm being wasted defensively there.
Also very, very smart, right? Just offering up, saving the Flame Chompers instead to say, I know this other Saga Seeker is going to need to trade here rather than giving you a freebie just in exchange for pushing, you know, an extra 2 or 3 damage. Is confident in the amount of burn that's currently in the hand. But, you know, if we were at 7, we still have to worry about Guiding Touch now. Hopefully LoR doesn't get baited.
Yeah, this is just too slow of a game plan here for LoR, especially using that Cataclysm last turn. I don't think that was the play. I mean, you don't really have that much to work with yet with this Saga Seeker, but yeah, very, very slow, I think.
Okay, so goes for Infernum in order to phase back into Crescendum. I was going to say maybe use Poro Cannon to just discard the Infernum, get another elusive unit, try to push even more. But we're going for Crescendum. We're going to look in the box. The 2-drop that you create is
boom,
fully random. So we get a 3/1. Oh my god, Academy Prodigy. A lot of people forget about this card. It was actually played a lot during the early beta days and immediately fell out of favor once players start running a little bit more removal spells and pings to keep up with aggression.
That's going to be a big swing next turn with the backup of Pale Cascade, of Mystic Shot, of Get Excited. So I have to say this game is looking very much in favor for Pyoro, and this might be his chance to tie this series and try and actually push for the bracket reset.
LoR is thinking, right? Okay, I can Guiding Touch my Wounded White Flame and get a attack point. But now that the Infernum went on the Aphelios, even if you do buff up the Wounded White Flame, you can't attack and try to bully. And even if you do attack, Pyoro's not going to block. So
and even then,
now we've got the lethal
to make the decision that you know it's a bluff at that point.
Yep. So here comes the lethal presented. Saga Seeker gets pulled to the side. No judgment in this deck.
You have Guiding Touch, so not lethal just yet. The sharp sights will help keep this Wound Weapon alive. You can even heal for 2 more with Guiding Touch if necessary. So we'll see if the lethal will be presented. But first, the attack will come through. That means that no Pale Cascade being committed onto this stack here to push more damage.
Yeah, Pyoro has already shown that level of respect for the opponent, not wanting to put any combat tricks down and you know, sort of invite a reaction from LoR. So now down to 1. That means that Get Excited is going to finish this one off, and Pyoro's taking us to a game 3, closing in on a bracket reset.
And this time, no doubting about putting lethal on the stack, committing the cards you need to commit to actually win the game. Also, maybe no counterplay here to Get Excited. So a much easier decision to be made here by Pyoro. And that, as you mentioned, game 2 now goes to him. And we'll have a game 3 to see who is able to either win this tournament or prolong this tournament into yet another series between these two players.
With Pantheon trying to take the win versus Pyoro's remaining deck. Again, Sion was banned. It's going to be Anti-Twisted Fate. Noxus has really enjoyed a dominant position now versus Fated because of Disintegrate, but this Anti-TF only runs 1 copy, and because of Pantheon's ability to, if one unit gets answered, I can immediately set up another one. You don't really care about the Disintegrate, right? You're just going to just play until it's eventually cashed in, and as long as you hit your Curve and Zenith Blade, you're always going to have such an easy time immediately building up your next threat.
Good start here from LoR. Has the Saga Seeker ready to go. A bit more of an awkward start for Pyoro. Riptide Rex in hand, a little bit too heavy for this early in the game. Tentacle Smash should be pretty effective, though, if you're able to find the right target at the right time.
Yeah, early Saboteur, it's just very solid. Goes 1 for 1 into a Saga Seeker on turn 1. Pushing 3 damage on the opener is a great setup. Now with Twisted Fate, we have the gold card as well to stop a bigger swing. But it's funny, every time like one of LoR's units gets stunned, there's always a Cataclysm in the hand to say, Lamau.
Too many Yumis here for Lear. Finds a second now from the top deck. Has a Mountain Goat. Can't really do anything too effective in this turn. If he plays the Mountain Goat, this just leaves him open to a potential kill on the Saga Seeker, but no real chance for it with the current hand for Pyoro.
Ooh, in the past, I was wondering if Pyoro was going to do something really ridiculous, like, you know, the Blade's Edge, Ravenous Flock, to just say, get out of here, Saga Seeker. But now, just going to attack, push a little bit more damage. Mountain Goat is going to be the one that trades here. And now we're on 3 mana. Yumi can now come down onto the Saga Seeker, and he is boosted up to 5. So Blade's Edge plus Ravenous Flock does answer this.
Possibly going to be that exact combination of cards here from Pyoro. Very cheap, still keeps all his spell mana for next turn. He knows there's no response. The biggest thing, you want to have the guarantee there's nothing your opponent can do about it. And that was the case with Lear tapping out.
As we head into the next round, Lear might try to set up the Pantheon now. Could also get cleaned up, because now we're in a really awkward position where all of your plays take up all of your mana. Lear just has to take this turn off, I think. Float some mana, prepare for next turn. Maybe you play out one of these Yumis to bait something out.
For Pyoro, that's perfect. You know, for this game to slow down with 2 Riptide Rexes already in hand is definitely good news for Pyoro. He can't really have a you know, tempo hand right now with how it's looking. So he wants to play as reactive and as slow as possible.
This is so cursed, because when you see Pantheon like pass and not do anything, you're like, haha, now I can just develop and maybe get a big open swing. But Pyoro just has to go for blue card because there's nothing to respond to this. Now there's no mana for the Tentacle Smash to punish a development. Pyoro is probably going to have to hang on to this Make It Rain to get Nexus damage to activate the Riptide Rex. The first Rex, like, basically activates all of your Raven Bloom conservatories as well. So we're just here in 4 rounds. We could see like a very beautiful board wipe where 1 cannon shot clears the spell shield or what have you on the Faded unit, and enough damage might come through with this Ravenous Flock that it allows Pyoro to keep up with a fully stacked unit.
And TF just testing the waters here. 2 more damage connecting to the Nexus. So now down to 14 for Lear. Now able to develop the Pantheon with some backup from the spell mana he has saved up from the last run that was, as you mentioned, just a little bit stalled out, a little bit slow.
Has the gem to proc Faded, get another attack point. Could go for the Zenith Blade just to put more HP on this Pantheon. You miss out on the Daybreak, though, so you kind of have to take that risk and chill. Pyoro maybe tries to go for Make It Rain, take away the barrier, Tentacle Smash, something like that. If you can clear this Pantheon, it's just a matter of what your read is on the opponent. Lear knows that, but just lets it go. Just lets it go. Building up a stockpile of mana. Not under a lot of pressure right now, so still trying to play it safe, not invite too much development, no provocations from Lear, and build up towards this Riptide Rex.
Would have loved to have some kind of Disintegrate combo, but unfortunately not in the hand unless I missed something.
Yeah, there is the one Disintegrate was drawn.
Never mind, I did miss it. It was just top deck now.
I think last turn, but that's okay. This is the only Disintegrate in the deck, like we talked about, Panda. So it has to be cashed in here when all the chips are down and force Lear to fight back from square one once again.
If I'm not mistaken, Lear has no copies of Bastion in the list. Was that
correct?
And that means that, yeah, there's no way you can fish for it with Pill Cascade. So very, very punishing play here onto the Pantheon. You've finally gotten all this mana saved up to develop and to try and, get your win condition online with Pantheon, but not the case. Having to play a Brightsword Protector to block next turn by itself. I mean, this is definitely not a good look for Lear, and this might be a bracket reset coming.
Now, despite everything, Pyoro's done a fantastic job of just keeping the threats under control, but does not really have a lot of threat potential in his own right. We're still 1 round off of Riptide Rex being castable, and we still have to be able to damage the Nexus somehow in order to activate that plunder effect. Because Puro's attacking on odds, there's not going to be any sort of like open attack with a wide board to get the pressure through. And we're just going to go for the Tentacle Smash here to get as much swing as possible. Lear can, of course, try to save this Bright Steel Protector, but there is a Mountain Goat that can kind of take over. They're just baton passing over and over and over again until something can stick and get Yuumi attached to it. As you can see, Pyoro knows there's at least 1 Yuumi in the hand and is heavily prioritizing clearing every single unit that Lear establishes.
And the moment now this Mountain Goat comes down, we can see the combo with the Arachnoid Sentry into the Flock as well to try and push through even more damage.
Is that really going to be the line? Like, it's very aggressive. That's a fork in the road for sure, Panda, where you want to go for tempo here with the Arachnoid Sentry Ravenous Flock, or do you want to save the Arachnoid Sentry for a stun if Lear gets another big threat established? But Pyoro says, you know what? I'm enjoying my dominance from this position, and if I can just keep the threats under control, I won't need to stun anything else that comes down.
It'd be great to attack first here, but Pale comes in first, still at the mercy of this Ravenous Flock. An attack can come in from Pyoro, and
Yuumi
then
can save this because of the burst speed and then attach. Even though you're stunned and taking a lot of damage, you don't lose to Ravenous Flock. Gonna get some extra stats here on the Goat. And with the Zenith Blade in hand, you know, this is the makings of, you know, your comeback or your win coming back into this game, right? There is the Overwhelm and the Rally with the Golden Aegis and the Cataclysm. So the recipe is there. Lear actually opts to develop Yuumi directly to the board rather than attaching to the Goat just in case. But that means that Ravenous Flock will indeed finish off the Mountain Goat from this position. And with the second Yuumi in hand becoming a Prowling Projectile, we no longer have the amount of scaling we were originally hoping for.
we're finally getting, you know, close to the point we've been waiting for this whole game of these Riptide Rexes. You mentioned it before, we're gonna have to find a way to activate them, but once they do, and if they come down, there isn't really that huge stat pool on the board right now for Lear that can soak up all that damage.
So only attacks with the Arachnoid Sentry in order to cover another Pale Cascade or something onto the Yuumi to get a value trade elsewhere. So it gives up, you know, 4-ish damage and also keeps the Twisted Fate safe just in case. He's currently at like, you know, 3 or 4 out of 8.
Second Bright Steel Protector played this game without giving barrier to anything. And that's all you need to know how this game has been going for Lear. No units to really work with. Has to just use cards very inefficiently to try and salvage the position he's currently in. Despite being ahead in card advantage, it's just not the right type of card advantage that he's working with here.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about that last attack. You know, I guess it's because Pyoro is so low on resources, maybe is trying to play more towards this Twisted Fate level up condition. This deck does have 3 copies of Eye of Nagakaboros and Zap Sprayfin, but with no Ravenbloom Conservatories, the Riptide Rex isn't necessarily going to get you there. And Lear has just been, again, so afraid to tap down. If you go for the Yuumi, maybe you eat a stun. Maybe there is some other answer here, a ping with double Scorched Earth in the deck. But I think that you're so far behind and you've been struggling to get off of the ground for the entire game that you have to commit like this.
And Lear takes the pass there, doesn't do anything, knows that really that's maybe the best spot he's in. An attack there would have done really nothing, and then still it would be a Scorched Earth to kill off this unit and guarantee the damage to the Nexus and the Plunder activation for this turn. You can't do it with Zap Sprayfin. You have to just go wide now and hope there isn't a way to answer to that second unit that is connecting to the Nexus. And especially for you to know that, you know, unless Lear knows the Riptide Rex, he's not going to try and, you know, play. Ooh, never mind. So Zap Sprayfin does come down.
Goes for the Zap. Knows that it's guaranteed to draw something that will ping. So now we've got Blade's Edge to damage this Bright Steel Protector and Scorched Earth.
And Guiding Touch is there to stop the
Oof.
Scorched Earth from really working. This is really going to be a huge blowout for Lear.
Yeah, because the Scorched Earth, you feel like that before Disintegrate was added to the game, that Scorched Earth would be the card that really allowed Noxus to bully Fated. But because of Guiding Touch and just the raw scaling of stats, it just never really came to be. So now we've got Blade's Edge damaging the Bright Steel Protector. While this resolves, going to try to set up the Scorched Earth here, but the Guiding Touch will respond, and Twisted Fate is going to go down, even though Piora's been playing this very slowly, trying to play towards that level up win condition. It just doesn't come through. And because of the development of the Zap Spray Fin, rather than going for the open attack, we don't have Riptide Rex to now plunder and deal a ton of damage towards the Bright Steel Protector. And also, Blade's Edge was your enabler for that play too. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, going all in on the TF level up, and I'm not sure that is going to always be the best of cases, considering you don't have a guarantee you can really, take care of stolen combats of ways that can kind of stop that from happening. And this is not really a deck that's built towards leveling TF very, very quickly, like we've seen in the past.
And after such a valiant effort controlling these threats, we see Yuumi finally find a host, because she is indeed a parasite, on the Bright Steel Protector with the Zenith Blade, with the Cataclysm to get that overwhelm double dip into a rally to dip further, and then an open attack to pressure even more. And another Cataclysm. This is actually the end for the tournament, because Pyoro cannot respond to this with Blade's Edge into the Riptide Rex to just dump every single cannon barrage on top of this thing.
Oof. Yeah, special there as well. So yeah, that's going to be it. Unfortunately, just a really awkward mid to late game from Pyoro. The Riptide Rexes, as we saw, just extremely awkward. I warned it about at the very beginning, and it seemed to be the case. It's just you weren't able to get the activations, as you mentioned. And Pyoro is a player that seems to play quite safe, quite averse to risk, and that's sometimes going to be something that might come back to bite you. Could have gone for the open swing there. Of course, playing 50-50 onto the single combat, stopping the damage from coming through anyway, and giving away the TF level up as a win condition. But
yeah, I think versus Demacia, where they have single combat and Cataclysm and Challengers, I think playing towards that was going to be a very, very low chance of occurring regardless. There, again, to be fair, there was no Eye of Naga Kaboros top decks that would have really helped accelerate that win con as well. So with the double Riptide draw, and this, that, and the other, you could certainly say Pyoro was unlucky, but I think that there were lines that could have played towards the Riptide Rex a lot better.
You even had the chance for the Cataclysm to go through on the TF, play Scorched Earth after that, and then have the Blade's Edge as a final damage activator if there's a Guiding Touch. And because we saw Lear playing on one single unit the whole time, you're able to kill that unit, that all of a sudden you're maybe fine to not have a TF win condition, but still draw enough cards and come back into the game with double Riptide Rex in hand already. So yeah, a lot of different lines to look forward to look into that game. But again, with Caster Vision, it's much easier to say, oh, this or that, or all the rest. And I would have misplayed turn 2 probably and lost the game. So
yeah, because when Riptide Rex deals, what is it, 14 damage to a single unit, so you can maybe still cover some scaling there. But with that all being said, we all saw what we saw. It was a very long tournament, very well played all around despite everything. Still a lot of variety of decks being presented, a lot of new experimental brews coming from Pyoro, but Lear plays clean, sticks to his guns, and is our Fight Night champion. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to talk to Lear a little bit about the tournament experience and what their thoughts on the metagame are. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We just concluded the tournament, and Lear was able to win in the grand finals. Once again, a close 2-1 set, but did not let the reset happen.
Yeah, able to take down, some great opponents all throughout this tournament. Genesis in round 1, Luna in round 2, and then Pioro, that back and forth between both of these players at the very end there. It's looking pretty close at the end. I think in both series there were times where I think Pioro had a certain game, and we talked about all the different lines as well. So it was just a very back and forth series. I think very, very entertaining, to be honest. But in the end, I think the Lear played very, very well, and I think his lineup especially was it's a lineup that we talked about. It's just very proven and just very good.
Yeah, the triple Demacia, the standard mid-range. You have so many different threats, again, with Scouts and Pantheon. Your opponent's almost forced to ban one of those or the other. And the beauty of a lineup like this is that no matter what gets banned, you are feeling great and comfortable and confident on the remaining 2 decks that you do get to play. But now we do have Lear on the call. Welcome in and congratulations, Lear.
I want to ask you, Leah, right away. The lineup that you brought isn't, the most innovative or creative or out there kind of lineup. But what were your decisions going into the tournament? Did you care at all what the rest of the meta looked like when you decided to bring Triple Demacia lineup that has already proven so much in Fight Night, especially, or is it just a lineup that you're comfortable with, that you thought you would do well with, regardless of what you're playing against?
Yeah, I'm really practiced on Demacia mid-range. Yeah, I just decided to bring that and take it against Noxus decks. I actually expected a lot of Diego Noxus decks, but didn't turn up.
When it comes to the mid-range Demacia lineup, you said that you're very practiced on the lineup. Would you consider one of the early adopters and longtime players, or were you like some of the modern disciples of this lineup that kind of received some extra scrims and extra training to really pick it up in modern times?
Basically started playing a lot of Demacia decks when Pantheon Terra came out. When Pantheon was released, and I just really loved the deck. So.
In the past few weeks or months, this is your first Fight Night win and first Fight Night tournament as well, I believe.
Yep.
That's the case. How has your prep been the last few weeks? I know you've been playing a lot of different players. I can see in the chat you definitely have a lot of different friendships in the scene. What does your prep look like coming into this tournament in the last few months? I think you've probably improved a lot as a player to come into Fight Night and just win it right away on your first chance. So what has that journey been like for you?
Yeah, so I mean, I only knew last week, at the beginning of the week, that I would play. So it was really sudden, but yeah, I trained with some ABG members, and I also talked to Drespo. He really helped me with taking my lineup and deciding on it, and that was just really helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, so now that you've kind of gotten, locked in with the community, you've done a lot of training, do you think that you're going to stick with, the Triple Demacia specialty for your lineup? Or do you have some thoughts that maybe you might start experimenting with some other decks for tournaments going forward?
To be honest, with university and also my writing job at Runeterra, kind of busy, so I don't know how much time I have to crack new lineup. But I think, some Noxus lineups look really good in the meta currently, so if I get the time, I would love to practice those as well.
It seems like you definitely have Demacia figured out, so I wouldn't be surprised if you just stick to that and continue just honing your skills on this region, and then maybe this lineup specifically as well. It seems to be doing very well, and unless it's touched by the developers, going to be very, very strong. Even going into the next seasonal, it's still quite far away, but I think that's the staying power of decks like Akshan Silver, Scouts, and Pantheon Yumi that seem to be coming to the meta and then just not leaving. So it gives a kind of a large opportunity for players to really get very, very comfortable on these decks over time. So again, Lear, great job on the tournament. I think you played very, very cleanly. I think I would love some more spice, of course, in lineups, but I can't have it all. And at least I get to see a player playing very, very cleanly and with very little mistake. That's always a treat. So big congrats on that today.
Yes.
And one final question as well, Lear. Now that you have secured your spot to be invited back to next week's Fight Night, are there some other up-and-coming players that you want to tune us into that maybe you would like to see invited or participate in Fight Night? Did you want to give a shout-out to?
Yeah, sure. I think Collinson is a really cool player. He wrote the unofficial LoR rulebook with every mechanic that's in the game and explained it. So I think he's a really minute and technical player. I would love to see him.
We'll definitely try and reach out and see if we can make that a possibility then. Again, congrats, Lear, on the great showing. We'll see you again next week, of course, to try and defend your title. And we'll see if you end up bringing the same lineup, or if you see it as an opportunity to try out some Noxus lineups in the future as well. That might be a good chance to do so.
All right, so everybody, that was Lear, once again, giving a little bit of time after the tournament to share his thoughts on the metagame and some views for the future of the game and future tournaments. Don't forget that Pioro also will be invited back next week, so we'll see if the spice continues with Pioro, if this same lineup can get refined, or maybe inspire some other players to do a little bit of work and get that innovation going as well. But that will be it for Panda and I on the desk. Once more, a big shout out to Wisdom and Giant Slayer for putting this together, to the viewers at home for making this worthwhile, and for Sparkling Iced Tea for producing and stepping up to the mic when Panda was trying to negotiate with the Forbidden Council of the Thralls and Viego players. So with that all being said, we will see you all next time, and have a good one, viewers.